Okay, we'll get your first class of beef Master and Brangus walking in the ring.
Thank you so much. Good to meet you. Yes, sir.
As our first class of Brangus females enters the ring, we'd like to go ahead and introduce our judge on the west side, Mr. Tyler Weingartner. So Tyler's from Harrod, Ohio. He's the co-owner of Weingartner and Klingeman Show Cattle with his brother-in-law Curtis and father Brad. Tyler and his family mainly raise key and main cattle with their annual production sale being the first Saturday in November every year. Also, their annual steer sale is in mid-September. Tyler graduated from Michigan State University in Black Hawk East, where he's on the livestock judging team at both places. Along with his wife, Natalie, they have two sons, Beckett and Riker, who are both very active in showing livestock and playing sports. Please join me in welcoming Tyler to Rodeo Austin. You guys give him a big round of applause. Our judge on the eastern side today, working through the Beef Masters currently, is Macy Scotton. Macy is originally from Corydon, Iowa, where she grew up raising and showing cattle with her family. She was a member of the livestock judging team at Redlands Community College and Oklahoma State University, where her team was named 2021 national champions. After her completions of her bachelor's degree, Macy pursued a master's degree in meat science and served as the assistant judging coach for Oklahoma State University. Macy now serves as the coordinator of strategic partnerships and assistant livestock judging team coach at Redlands Community College with her husband Spencer and continues to raise show cattle. You guys go ahead and give Macy a big round of applause and welcome her to Rodeo Austin. Attention in the barn. Exhibitors who are showing multiple heifers today, please make sure that you come to the ring with the correct entry number for the heifer that you're exhibiting at that time. I know some of us might have multiple breeds showing, but let's make sure that we come to the ring with the correct entry number and correct back tag for that heifer that we're about to walk in the ring. Thank you.
and super excited about the week ahead here of being in Austin and getting to sort through your cattle and your youth here. And what an awesome way to start here on our Brangus side. This class is incredible, and there's so many high quality ones all the way through. You know, obviously there's some differences out here as far as immaturity goes and size and where they're at today for fall heifer calves. But I think it's just for me out here trying to find the highest quality ones and not necessarily worried about where they're at frame size or pounds today. It's just making them the best we possibly can. I think we got a really, really good top four up here, and within that, there's still a couple of them up here on top for me that surface. When they hit the ring, they were ones that, I gravitate towards, and I did an initial pull just to get these top-end ones together, and, each class will probably be a shot different the way we do them, but this was such a high-quality class, wanted to do a little sorting. I think the heifer that's going to win here for me, she's the combination between 2 and 3. Here's the one that's still stout and opened up and has some width and dimension. She's very, very good in terms of her rib cage, her forerib, the shape to her body, the depth back through her rear rib and flank. I think where she has the advantage over the 1 and 2 is you get right in on top of her. There's more natural dimension, more shape down her top. She's wider and stouter out of her hip and out of her pin setting. There's more depth and shape to the center part of her body. Is she just as elite in terms of her look and her levelness of lines as the 1 right and 2? Maybe not, but I think she still is sound. She's functional. She's stout. She's opened up and sure balances up well here from the side as well. The 1 and 2 here is so neat in terms of her build. I love this one, the way the top of her pole blends into her neck, all the way down her top and out of her hips. She's so level from hooks to pins and very, very good and athletic there, the way she gets out and goes off her hind leg. Neat structured one here that gives you a great look. As you ask yourself, as compared to the one that wins or even the one that's in 3, is there enough of this one today? Is there enough just genuine shape and width and power? I don't know. And with that, too, is there enough just depth of body? But I'll tell you, if this one comes and progresses with just a shot more muscle, a shot more depth and shape to her cage, I think this one's very, very elite because her look up front, her balance down her top and out of her hip, and the way she can go off her hind leg is extremely good. That's a really, really good pair of them up on top. Congratulations to both those exhibitors. This is a good one here in 3 as well. I love this one's bone and feet, the way she can get out and go off both ends of her skeleton. So big in terms of her ankle and big in terms of the shape to her foot. She's nice in terms of her joint work, yet still not coarse. She has body shape. She's a little denser in terms of her rib cage as compared to the one that's in 2. For me, though, I like to change this one, like the layer in terms of her shoulder a little more, fix her there in her forerib. Just give her a little sharper look here from the side. At times, that one can prop up and give you a nice look off her hip and hind leg, just like the tucker in her shoulder, fix her there in her forerib, make her just a shot more feminine there about her head as well, but very, very good female here in 3. The 1 and 4 is real basic in terms of her kind. That's a nice heifer that's moderate size. She has ribs, she has body and volume. She's still nice enough in terms of her structure. Gets a little lower set there in terms of her pin placement, like to level her out of her hip. Just make her a little more attractive there in terms of her hip and hind leg, the way she gets out and goes. I think with that, too, we could stretch her out and just lengthen her out as compared to a few right ahead of them, but still a very, very good female there in her own right in a very competitive class. We switch gears here in the next 2 females. These are ones that are big, high-performing cattle that have got a lot of length, a lot of extension to them. They're ones with muscle and shape when you get right on top of them. This heifer here is one that gets a little plainer in terms of her look from the side, maybe not as good in terms of her structure. The one coming next, extra powerful, a lot of stoutness to that one, needs to be redesigned in terms of her structure off both ends. Got a nice pair of them coming next, need a shot more look and balance. The young man heifer with the cowboy hat, love that one's foot and bone, needs to be loosened up in terms of her structure. We got a very good set of them coming throughout here. They're cattle, I think, that are going to make extremely good brood cows for these exhibitors. Just need to be a notch nicer looking here from the side, probably a little truer in terms of their structure. Awesome way to start off our show. Let's congratulate these exhibitors, if we could, on a very good set of Brangus females.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Now entering the ring on the west side's Class 2 Brangus. 10 entries in this class ranging from March 29th to March 1st. Just a reminder for exhibitors, there'll be no spike chains showing today. Also, when you come to the ring, make sure that you bring your registration papers with your heifer and make sure that you have the correct entry and back card for the animal that you're going to exhibit in that class. So make sure that you bring your registration papers and also make sure that you bring the right entry card as well.
Well, this is another very good class of these Brangus females. We get in here to our March yearlings or coming yearlings here, and extremely good cattle all the way through. Lots of quality in this particular class. There's a pretty commanding class winner in my mind. The one that come in here, young man does a awesome job of getting this one presented and shown. And here's one for me that gives you the nicest look here from the side. From her shoulder forward, so attractive about her head, and the top side of her crest there gives you such a neat look there in terms of just the femininity up front. Yet I think from there back, she balances up extremely well. She's big-bodied. I think she's the nicest in terms of her structure off both ends of her skeleton. She's a female. You get on top of her. Is she overwhelming from power standpoint? Probably not, but I think everything kind of hooks up and matches extremely well on that one. We could level her out of her pins ever so slightly there and just pick her up and square her up from hooks to pins, but that's an awfully nice one there to win this class. Congratulations to this young man. I think it gets close here between 2, 3, and 4, and we could probably combine these cattle just a shot if we could. The young lady's heifer here in seconds, moderate size. She's opened up, she's stout, she's dense. Really can give you a nice look when she gets her put together here from the side. Not as attractive as our class winner up front, maybe not as sleek in terms of her look, but I do think that one still can give you a very, very attractive look here. She's wide, massive, and stout. The biggest thing for me on that one is we've just got to loosen her up. The way she gets out and goes out of her hip and hind leg, let her just be a shot more flexible there. But I do appreciate that one's width and bone and dimension and substance. Going to make a neat donor cow for that one on down the road. Very, very cool animal there to be in second. Young lady, you've done an awesome job of keeping this one put together, and congratulations to you. This is a neat female, and honestly, the longer she's out here, the more I like her. You get her in motion, this one can kind of collect herself and pull herself together. Very sound in terms of her feet and legs. She's robust in terms of her rib cage. Has some width and dimension when you get right on top of her. Needs to be a notch smoother in her transitions as compared to the cattle right up front. We could tuck her into her shoulder and smooth her up there in her forerib. I think level her out of her hip a shot as well. But that one's basic. She's fundamental. She's nice in terms of her structure. Has some rib and body and volume. Just needs to be a shot more attractive. Young lady, you got one here that's nice as well. And I love this one from her shoulders back. Gives you such a neat look down her top and out of her hip. She's uniform in terms of her body depth. Her shape to her cage and back to her rear and flank is very, very good. She's nice in terms of her bone work and uses her angles good. Gets a little coarser around her there about her shoulder, a little plainer up through her front end as compared to the ones right ahead of her. We could probably just stouten her up a shot as well, too, when you get right on top of her. But a very, very nice heifer there to round out our top 4. Young man's heifer kind of worked herself up here. And, excuse me, this is one you certainly got to like and appreciate for how wide built and massive she is. She's big in terms of her body. She's a lot of bone and substance underneath her. She'll kind of get awkward acting out here and want to toss her hind leg all over the place. If we could get her just to relax and settle in, I think that one, if she'll get out and track a little truer, could certainly climb the ladder in this class. Just needs to settle in and be more of a show cow out here in the ring today. Another really neat patterned one here coming next, one that's level top lined and nice out of her hip. Not enough cow right through the center part of her body as compared to someone on either side of her. Need to just bolden her up and make her a little softer there in terms of her rib cage. Big high performing one coming next. Just need to redesign her in terms of her structure. Young man's got a nice looking one here. Just needs to be more softness of body. And got a couple here to close the class. I think are very, very good cattle. Going to do some things well. Just needs to be redesigned in terms of their structure. Awesome class. Great top in. Congratulations to those exhibitors one more time.
Out here, every acre has a story. It's where families work hard, plan, and take pride in what they do. Whether you're buying your first place, expanding your operation, or just getting through another season, we're here to help you grow, one good decision at a time. The leader in ag lending throughout Texas and New Mexico, Ag Trust Farm Credit.
We landed and probably studied a top 10 just a little bit closer. And as we work here to the top end, there were several heifers that hit me really hard, especially 2 down through 6, 7, things that I liked a lot about each of those heifers. But probably the one that we land on for me just kind of became the answer in here. And I think she combines a lot of the things that I like about the heifers behind her. I think in terms of her look and her balance from the side at the standstill, she's probably as good as anything in my opinion, in terms of her silhouette, where I think she's got a big advantage relative to the heifer behind her is when you get in behind her. Just in terms of her natural dimension, where I think she beats the heifer in third is in terms of her balance and the way she maintains it. So I thought a very nice heifer in here that really puts some things together that I like about the ones that come behind her. I think after that, you can shuffle things around just a little bit. The heifer that's second for me honestly just hit me hard with a really good impression when she came in at first, because she is so comfortable and good in terms of her lower joint work and her flexibility. I love her body type. She naturally ties her neck really high to the top side of her shoulder, where you can pick on her is she's not quite as stout in her feature. She's not quite as dimensional when you get in behind her. That's where we've got to change her in order for her to win the class. But her flexibility and build and body type and refinement up front, I really like. Love pieces about her. And she's not really wanting to show off out here and fighting you quite a bit. I think she'll continue to get better because she is long-necked. I love her stoutness of foot, her stoutness of bone work. That's where she can beat the one in front of her. She wants to fall apart just a little bit more out here, specifically in the way she comes up in her loin and wants to get a little rounder out of her hip. I wish we could make her just a little more level there, and then same thing in motion. She gets just a little tight there in the center portion of her spine, but good pieces that I thought were really intriguing in her. A really nice heifer, and I think in terms of flexibility, especially hip and hind leg, that's where she's really good. Awesome in terms of her look up front. Didn't know if I read her to be quite as bold and deep in her forerib and in her heart. I didn't know she hit me quite as stout in her feature and her bone relative to some of the ones that go out in front of her. Every once in a while, she looks like she sneaks up just a little bit in her knee set. So just a couple of little things there in her. I thought a very nice heifer, though, to be in fourth. The heifer in five, I like the stoutness of her. She's as stout boned and powerful from behind as anything. I think with that, sometimes she gets just a little bit piecier, maybe doesn't blend everything together just quite as neat and smooth as some of the ones that go out in front of her. I thought a heifer, though, that I really liked in terms of her natural power and dimension. Really good looking heifer that comes next. A little tighter in her forerib and her body type. I think future looks really good for her, and you do an awesome job of getting her presented. I think a ton of upside in her. Hit me just a little bit greener today as we got down to the wire. A nice heifer that comes next that is a little bit bolder in her forerib, a little bolder in her body type. She gets too straight up front, rolls out of her hip, and wants to plant too straight in her hock. I need to change her structurally a little bit more. The heifer that comes next, I like pieces of her. I thought she just didn't blend everything together in terms of her shoulder, her top line balance. She wants to roll downhill, come up in her loin, and round out of her hip just a little bit. The young ladies that comes after her, I think whenever that heifer cooperates and gets set up, I really like things about her, and she probably does piece things together just a little bit neater. I thought she was a little green yet as we study her. As we work on down the line, a heifer that comes next that's good looking from the side, a little too closed up from behind, a little shorter stride. And then we get into some cattle that I thought either fell out of balance or didn't hit me with quite as much quality. We need to change some things structurally, really just make them piece together and balance just a bit better from the side. A lot of these cattle are very functional. It's just whenever we get into this setting, didn't hit me quite as neat in their balance, quite as high in terms of their quality. Really, really good set to get us started. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors.
Just 4 of them in this class, but 4 high-quality heifers out here in our Brangus side. And, you know, there's some give and take. And I'll be honest, if this was a judging class, this would be extremely difficult because we have got all different shapes and sizes and kinds out here. And so for me, it's a personal preference thing and where you want to land and put your priorities. But I think the young lady's heifer for me is the one that is pretty commanding out here from an aspect of just being the nicest in terms of her structure off both ends of her skeleton. You study this one in terms of the angle to her shoulder, the way she goes down to her knee and uses her feet and legs. Very, very good. She's nice out of her hips. She's very flexible there. Is she the most overwhelming in any one area from a body or width or power standpoint? Probably not, but I think, she's very attractive here from the side. She's neater and thinner there at the top side of her neck as the 1 and 2 and 3. I think just a very balanced, complete kind of a female to win the class. Young man, you've got a neat one here at the stand and one that's really neat in terms of her proportions. She's big-bodied. She's huge in terms of her bone work and big foot underneath of her. A heifer that still reads nice down her top and out of her hip. Gets a little thicker and coarser there in terms of her shoulder and the top side of her neck. Maybe not as attractive as our class winner up front. I think with that too, when she gets in motion, kind of gets a little wonky there. Like her just to let her go a little truer and straighter ahead. But a nice heifer there, I think, is real broody in terms of her kind. She's opened up, got a lot of rib and body and volume. I like the shape and the dimension of this 1 and 3rd. Her length and her extension up front is very, very good as well. It's on the move when this one becomes a little awkward. She wants to punch right up there in the center of her top, wants to get a little lower in terms of her pin placement on the go. Just like to let her remain a little more balanced and have a little more look from the side when she's in motion. But a nice heifer from a shape and length and extension. I like her in terms of her condition as well. And this is a very good one here to close this particular class. Good out of her hip, neat off her hind leg. Just kind of runs in pieces out here as compared to the one right ahead of her. A little harder there in terms of her forerib, a little straighter there in terms of her shoulder. Just could balance her up when she's on the go as well, a little neater. But very, very good class. Let's congratulate these Brangus exhibitors here on a nice class of 4. Congratulations.
Alrighty, catching up on some results here in the Beefmaster Ring, Class 1. First place, Wiley Butler, Milam County 4-H. Second place, Creed Rand, Lindale FFA. Third place, McKinley Wright, Columbus FFA. Fourth place, Morgan Vandenbout, Academy FFA. Fifth place, Savannah Skaggs, Erath County 4-H. Sixth place, Sophia Garza, Hidalgo County 4-H. Seventh place, Wacy Butler, Milam County 4-H. Eighth place, Lila Mooneyham, Springtown FFA. Ninth place, Addison Morgan, Liberty County 4-H. In 10th place, Cody Escalante, Somerset FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Over on the Brangus side, results from Class 2. First place was Whit Parkey, Archer County 4-H. Second was Reagan Reeves, Big Sandy FFA. Third place, Rory Melton, Austin County 4-H. Fourth place, Kennedy Horder, Taylor County 4-H. And fifth place, Tegan Thompson, Washington County 4-H. Class 3 was first place, Chelsea Holloway, Nacogdoches County 4-H. Second, Cooper Moss, San Jacinto 4-H. Third was Avery Moss, San Jacinto County 4-H. And fourth was Cade Warska, Friendswood FFA. Now in the ring on your Brangus side was Class 4. 6 entries in that class, ranging from January 25th to January 5th, 2025. And then on your Beefmaster side, we've got Class 2. 18 entries in that class, ranging from March 22nd to March 1st, 2025. Good luck to you guys.
Well, this is a very good class of these January Brangus females, and I'll be the first one to tell you I'm not sure exactly what the right size is out here from a frame score standpoint, but I think when you set that aside and just judge quality, I think the young man's heifer that wins does so pretty logically for me. She's the one that's the best in terms of her structure off both ends of her skeleton. Here's the one that balances up extremely well from the side, neat up through her front end, yet still gives you a good sharp look down her top line, and she's level out of her hip, still has some body cavity to her. You know, she's heavy boned, she's big footed, but yet I just think her advantages within this particular class is just when you set them in motion, she's the one that can get out and go and cover some ground. I like the heifer in 2 as well, and I think mid-rib back, you can really study this one and like on her a lot like our class winner. She's nice out of her hip, she's heavy boned, and really good in terms of her feet. She uses her hip and hind leg extremely well. Compared to the one right ahead of her, gets a little rounder there in terms of her lower shoulder, not as neat up there about her head and her throat latches compared to the one that wins, but I think fundamentals and basics of structure, some rib and body, go ahead and sort her into 2. A nice heifer there. Young lady, you've got a good one here, and at the stand, I certainly can appreciate this one's kind. She's moderate size, she has ribs, she has body and volume. She can give you a good look when she gets her to cooperate and put her together here at the stand. You know, you set her in motion, she gets a little extra bend there to her hind leg, becomes a little more awkward the way she goes off her hip and goes to the ground. She's not as heavy structured as the 2 right ahead of her, even the one right behind her, like to stouten her up in her bone work. I think more importantly, though, just level her in terms of her design on the go. Let her use her hind leg just a little more attractively. Got a different speed of one here coming in 4th. Certainly appreciate this one's length and extension, especially up through her front end. She's a long pattern female that's level down her top and nice out of her hip. Out here, she reads a little bigger and a little harder in terms of her center rib and rear rib and flank. If we could moderate her and just soften her up there through the middle part of her body, I think that one can certainly run in this class because I love her look, love her length, and love her extension. I had a nice pair of them here coming next, and females I think do some things extremely well. Young man's heifer here, stout in terms of her shape, of her muscle, and her dimension. She's heavy boned and big footed. For me, this needs to be redesigned structurally off both ends. Let her be a little more fluid there in terms of her movement. And the young man's heifer that's going to close is a nice heifer. I think she's basic in terms of her kind. This gets a little plainer out here in terms of her look and her shape, but a very, very good class. Let's congratulate those exhibitors here on our Brangus side.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot-dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Class 1, first place, Mallory Winkleman, Brenham FFA. Second, Rihanna Shepard, Fannindale FFA. Out of Class 2, first place is Whit Parkey, Archer County 4-H. Second, Reagan Reeves, Big Sandy FFA. Class 3, Chelsea Holloway, Nacogdoches County 4-H. And your second place, Avery Moss, San Jacinto County 4-H. And then Class 4, out of your first place would be Kane Todd, Needville FFA. And second place, Deegan Moody, Alfred FFA. Congratulations to you exhibitors.
Well, as we get our first division back out here in our Brangus Drive, what an awesome way to start off our day. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause if we could. Awesome set of these cattle, awesome set of kids, and I'm certainly blessed to get to be out here to give you my opinion. We started off the day with a really, really good class, and that class was deep, and there was a bunch of them in there. And we still got a pair of them that come back out here that I think are extremely good. The young lady's heifer that wins that class, I think one is just so good and basic in terms of her type and kind, and I mean that in a good way. Like, this one's hard to punch a hole in when you study her just from balance and look and quality here from the side. Yet you get in on top of her, there's still some shape and dimension. I think her structure's nice. I still think she gives you a good feminine brood cow look up through her head and her neck. You know, in that class, she was the one with power, with mass, and still gave you a nice balanced silhouette. Good heifer there wins. Heifer that wins the second class, studied that one and liked that one a ton in terms of just her structure and her feet and legs. That is a heavy bone, big-footed female that's certainly very flexible off both ends of her skeleton. I love that one from her shoulder forward, the shape to her head, the top side of her crest, just how neat she is and how feminine and attractive she is. You know, from there back, there's still some width and dimension in that female, and certainly have to appreciate her body cavity. Is she just as neat in terms of her hip and pin placement as the one that wins the first class? Probably not, but I think when that one gets in motion, everything comes together and balances up extremely well. That's a very, very good one as well. Young lady, you got a good heifer here, and in that class, she was the one I think that could lap them in terms of structure. She's the one that was the soundest off both ends, and you get her back out here and certainly appreciate how sound she is off her hip and her hind leg. She uses her shoulder and her front end structure extremely well. Out here, maybe not the extra look and balance and just sheer quality from the side as a couple other ones, but I do certainly appreciate that one's width, body volume, and soundness in terms of her feet and legs. We got into that last class, and that was a very, very interesting class because as far as being January's, there was some differences there as far as performance goes, just mass and power and size. I landed on the one that I thought was just the safest from a long-term build. Here's a heifer, you get her back out here and still appreciate her length and her femininity up front. She's a female, I think, still nice in terms of her structure. Maybe not as overwhelming out here from just a body shape, a forerib, a dimension standpoint, but I do still think that one is very, very good. So if we could, one more time here, let's give them a nice round of applause in this division. I think there's a pair of them that fit extremely well together. Let's congratulate the young lady out of the first class, as she'll be champion. The young man out of the second class will be reserve.
Results from your Brangus heifer calf division. Your grand champion heifer calf goes to Mallory Winkleman, Brenham FFA. Reserve champion Brangus heifer calf goes to Whit Parkey, Archer County 4-H. Congratulations to you exhibitors.
Well, another good class. I really like these four heifers out here. I thought all of them really nice, and as we worked through the class and they came in, I thought there was things in each of them that you could really tie to. The black heifer that we land on, though, whenever the exhibitors get them stopped and put together from the side, man, she is easily the most attractive and the most striking in terms of her look and her silhouette, the way she pieces everything together. She's gorgeous there because she's long neck. She ties it really high and nice to the top side of her shoulder. The way she blends her neck to her shoulder and then the transition through her heart back into her rear rib and flank really just helps her balance elitely from the side. I don't know if she's maybe the stoutest one from behind, but I love her look of quality, and I think skeletally she's very comfortable and really good down low. So very high quality heifer to lead off. This is one of the first ones that came into the class, really hit me hard, and thought I could run with her and feel really good about it because she does a lot of the same things that our class winner does, and that's probably where I like her just a little bit more than the one that comes behind her. I think starting up front in terms of refinement, femininity about her head, her neck, the base of her chest, and the way she ties it into her shoulder a little more smoothly, that's where I like her. I didn't know if she was quite as unique as you work back in terms of her lower body balance through her heart back into her rear rib and flank, but I think those two pair up well together because you step in behind her, she's probably got just a shot more natural dimension. So I thought those two paired up really nicely together in terms of balance and refinement and quality, and have some back and forth just a little bit. Really like this heifer too, and she gets a little heavy-headed in motion and falls apart just a little bit there at the base of her chest, and probably probably doesn't maintain her balance in motion quite as well as I'd like her to, but man, I love a lot of things about her, especially just in terms of her body type and the way she transitions from her shoulder out of the backside of it. I think she's good in terms of her stoutness of bone work. Like I said, just got where she wants to fall apart just a little bit more in motion. I think especially from her shoulder forwards where she hit me just a little plainer from time to time. At the standstill, I like a lot of things about this heifer. Moderate, bold. I like her stoutness of bone. I thought she didn't get out in motion and got just a little shorter striding. And of the top four, she probably does become the most jammed up front, want to roll sometimes out of her hip a little bit. Big thing, I just wanted to loosen her up just a little bit there whenever we got her into motion, but I like a lot of things about her. If you guys want to go ahead and peel off on around and head down that way, the heifer that comes next in 5, she is bold. She's got a lot of substance. As we work down to those top 5, I thought she was the one that probably hit me the plainest in terms of her balance. She's the plainest from her shoulder forward, wanted to get just round her out of her hip, and then in motion, maybe not the most attractive in the way she uses her hip and hind leg. She's plenty functional, just wants to shuffle her hind leg a little bit. I thought the heifer that came next, I liked her a little bit better than the one that comes behind her in terms of her forerib. Her body type hit me a little bit better relative to the ones that go out in front of her. She gets a shot frailer in her foot and her bone. We need to power her up, and I think she too could be just a little more attractive in motion. A pair of heifers that come next, I thought both had quality. Both hit me a little greener today in terms of their rib, their body type. Just want to see them quite a bit softer. And then we work into some cattle on down the line. One that comes next, I like her stoutness, the bone, and her substance. Falls out of balance a bit too much at the base of her chest, cuts up to her flank. Heifer, we need to change just a little bit. Her rear toes are getting a little long. We could change her at the ground there. I like her moderation and body type just a little plainer. And same thing as we work on down the line, some cattle that I think are all functional, maybe just a little bit plainer. Hit me a little greener today in terms of their type and their kind. That was a good class and a good set of heifers there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results from Class 2 Beefmaster. First place, Santiago Garza, Hidalgo County 4-H. Second place, George Shackelford, Columbia FFA. Third, Emily Britton, Carson County 4-H. Fourth, Caden Lee, Millsap FFA. Fifth, Creed Rand, Lindale FFA. Sixth, Taylor Drinkwine, Quitman FFA. Seventh, Kenna Minton, Alvin FFA. 8th, Lila Cox, Springtown FFA. 9th, Reagan Karsh, Fayette County 4-H. And 10th, Aubrey Johnson, Crawford FFA. Now entering the ring is Class 3 on our Beefmaster side. 12 entries in that class ranging from February 25th to February 1st, 2025. On the Brangus side here, we've got Class 7 in the ring right now being placed. Class 7's got 5 entries ranging from December 15th to November 1st, 2024.
Well, as we move into the next class after the division, very good representation out here in this age group. Got a very good female here to win. I think one with extras when you study her from bone and foot and some look here from the side. She's the neatest and most attractive from her shoulder forward. Gives you a good look there about her head, the top side of her neck. I think she balances as well as any down her top and uses her hip and hind leg, as true and accurately as any. Maybe she's not as big-bodied as the one right behind her or as dense, but I think that one's neat in terms of her condition. I think she gives you a good look up front. Very good place to start. Young lady's got a good heifer in second. I think she gets that one put together at the stand. Is really opened up, really round in terms of her body. She's good in terms of her forerib. Really nice in terms of just how square and true she is out of her hip. She's not as heavy bone, not as big structured as the one that wins the class. And I think more importantly, not as neat in terms of her structure. When you set her in motion, like to just loosen her up there off her hip and hind leg. Maybe not as sharp about the top side of her neck as well. But still, very, very good one there that's moderate. She's opened up, has a ton of rib and body and volume. Got a good one here next. It's a little larger frame, but this is a long-bodied female. I think it's so nice down her top and level out of her hip. She's uniform in terms of her depth underneath. You know, a female you get right in on top of her, we could open her up and stouten her up in terms of just her width and her dimension. I think with that, too, just balance her up when she gets in motion a little nicer, but a good female there. Young man, you got a nice one here that's moderate size. She's stout when you get on top of her, has the advantage over the one right ahead of her, being a little broader in terms of her build. With that, though, she gets a little rounder there in terms of her shoulder, a little crestier there at the top of her neck. Like to just smooth her up and make her a little more angular here from the side. But a nice female is going to make a very, very good cow for him here in the future. Young lady, you got a good one here to close the class, one that's so nice in terms of her lines. She's neat up through her front end. Out here runs out of just a shot of performance and overall power to run with the cattle right ahead of her. But I think that one on down the road on a little more feed is going to be very, very good. Congratulations on a very good set of heifers. Awesome jobs to these exhibitors.
Out here, every acre has a story. It's where families work hard, plan, and take pride in what they do. Whether you're buying your first place, expanding your operation, or just getting through another season, we're here to help you grow, one good decision at a time. The leader in ag lending throughout Texas and New Mexico, Ag Trust Farm Credit.
Fourth, Tegan Thompson, Washington County 4-H. And fifth, Lacey Sermon, LaGrange FFA. Now entering the ring on your Brangus side is Class 8. 4 entries in Class 8, ranging from October 25th to September 25th, 2024. As a reminder, exhibitors, make sure that you bring your registration papers with you for the heifer that you're showing in that class, as well as having the correct entry card for the animal that you're exhibiting in that class. Also, there will be no spike chains today in the show, so make sure that you bring your registration papers and make sure that you have the correct entry card. Again, on the spike chains, that's no spike chains or wrap spike chains. So no spike chains or wrap spike chains in the ring today.
Well, as we get into these four senior heifer calves here on our Brangus side, a very logical place for me to start. The young lady's heifer is pretty commanding when she hits the ring, just from a substance and bone and performance standpoint. Here's one you certainly have to appreciate. You get on top of her, just the natural width and dimension and shape she has. She gives you such a neat look down her top and out of her hip and where her pin placement's at. That's a big-bodied female that's very, very broody and maternal in terms of her look. You know, she is just agile and loose stepping as some we've seen today, maybe not, but I think everything kind of hooks and matches really, really well on that heifer. It becomes a little more challenging here between 2, 3, and 4 for me, and I think if maybe we could combine all three of these, we'd have a logical place to go in this class. But with that being said, I think the young man's heifer here is one that sure can give you a good look up front, very balanced and attractive there about her head in terms of her top line, the way her head ties into her shoulder and back into her top line. She's nice out of her hip. There's not as much cow when you get right on top of her from just a bone and substance standpoint or width and dimension, but I do appreciate that one in terms of her look from the side, her quality in terms of her structure. The neater shaped one here is the 1 and 3rd, and she's a little higher tying there from the top side of her neck into her shoulder. Very, very neat in terms of her shape down her top and out of her hip. Gets a little harder there in terms of her forerib. Maybe not the balance and shape there in terms of her underline, but a good heifer there, I think, is long-term in terms of her look. Just needs to be a shot fuller forerib, a little nicer balance from the side. Young man, you got a nice one here that's moderate in terms of her size. She's nice down her top and out of her hip. Gets a little plainer in terms of her front end and about her head and up through her neck. Maybe not the bone and substance and foot underneath her as the cattle right ahead of her, but a very good female. I think is going to make a good brood cow for you here in the future. Congratulations, those exhibitors on our senior heifer calves.
Results from Class 8 Brangus. First place, Brindley Buzzard, Grimes County 4-H. Second, William Lose, Victoria County 4-H. Third, George Rogers, Galveston County 4-H. And fourth, Hayden Morrison, Mills County 4-H. Now entering the ring is Class 9. There's 3 entries in Class 9, ranging from August 9th to July 28th, 2024.
This is a good class as we get in here to our summer females. And you know, there's some give and take within all three of these, and I certainly wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to shake them up and jumble them up a little bit. You know, these are three high-quality females, I think, that all bring some positives to the table. For me, the young man's heifer that's going to win is kind of the combination between 2 and 3. Here's the one you get on top of her. There's still some width and dimension and stoutness, heavy in terms of her bone work, yet still gives you a nice look from the side. I think she's nice in terms of her structure. You know, a female, I think, that just becomes the most complete in this particular class. Good place to start. Young man's heifer here in second. I like this one from her shoulder forward. She's as attractive as any in terms of her head, the top side of her neck, and how fresh she is up front. You know, from there back, she's maybe not just as stout in terms of her overall dimension, her foot and her bone as compared to the cattle on either side of her, but I do think that one's sure agile in terms of her movement, still can give you a nice look in terms of balance. I think has the advantage in terms of just rib and body and volume as compared to the 1 and 3. The 1 and 3 is heavier bone. She's stouter structured than the one right ahead of her. She's a female you certainly have to appreciate for that. And young lady gets her put together, can give you a nice look. Gets a little rawer and coarser there in terms of her shoulder, maybe not the depth and shape to her rib cage as the 2 right ahead of her. And I think with that, too, we can make her just a shot neater in terms of her structure when she gets on the go. But a very, very good place here to close this class. Congratulations to all those exhibitors on 3 high-quality females.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Together that I like about the ones that come behind her, and where I think to me she kind of becomes the outlier. Not only do I think that she's one of the most impressive in terms of her forerib, her body type, I still think she's also one of the most impressive in terms of her balance and her silhouette and the way she pieces everything together. And she's pushing just a little more condition, but I really don't mind that. I think that heifer is still really high quality in terms of her look and her balance. I like her build, and I probably thought that she blended everything together and kept her look of balance and quality the best as we kept working through the class. I thought 2, 3, and 4 is where things got just a little bit closer. The red heifer in second just kept working up the line for me, and I do think there's a lot of good and a lot of quality in her because her natural neck set into the top side of her shoulder I think is really attractive, and arguably that's maybe where you like her the most. And I think whenever she gets out here and gets in motion, sometimes she's a little uncoordinated in her hind leg, but her angles and everything read very, very attractive. I just like her freshness. I like her quality, her balance, and I probably thought when we got down to it, she hit me just a little more unique in terms of her look, her balance, and silhouette from the side. Now, where I thought it was close, I like the substance of the red and white heifer that comes behind her because I think she transitions out of the backside of her shoulder really good. I like her stoutness of bone. She's wanting to fall apart just a little bit more out here and didn't maintain her balance quite as well. I think of those top 3, she probably becomes the plainest from her shoulder forward, maybe not as unique just in terms of her hip and her hind leg, the levelness and the way that she uses it. She's very, very sound. Just those couple of little things that we could change and tweak in her just a little bit. I think some good pieces in this heifer as well that comes next. A really, really good looking. I think, again, one that just in terms of her silhouette draws up really nice. I probably thought of the top 4. She can sneak up and get just a little more forward in the angle of her front end, and then she is the greenest just in terms of her forerib and her body type of those, but a ton of future in her. I like a lot of things about her. A heifer that comes next, very complete, and I think very functional extension. She's got some substance of body. I thought sometimes she looked just a little shallower in terms of her forerib back into her flank, particularly in motion. She'll want to suck up just a little bit and fall out of balance a bit more. Some substance in the painted up heifer that comes next. Wanted to reconstruct her hind leg a shot more. Same thing with the one that comes next. A little frailer. She sets down a little more rigid in her hind leg. She's got a good look. You do a good job of getting her presented. Just gave up a little bit of stoutness of foot and bone. A heifer extended up front. Just a little little shallower in terms of her forerib or the body. We got to soften her up, open her up. And as we work on down the line, a heifer next that's got big pieces, just a little piecier made, didn't blend everything together, a functional heifer, a little more closed up, a little more conventional in her look. And then we round out the class with a moderate heifer, just a little bit shallower, a little off in terms of her balance. That's a good set of heifers there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results from Class 3 on your Beefmaster side. First place, Bridger Etheridge, Nacogdoches County 4-H. Second, Keenan Keel, Austin County 4-H. Third, Madeline Wright, Columbus FFA. Fourth, Braxton Mills, Columbia FFA. Fifth, Briley Camelier, Burleson County 4-H. Sixth, Braden Lee, Millsap FFA. And seventh, Ainsel Hodges, De Leon FFA. On your Brangus side, Class 9 results. First place, Landon Stewart, Victoria County 4-H. Second, Cole Loest, Victoria County 4-H. And third, Catherine Jackson, Belleville FFA. We'll turn it back over to Tyler so we can hear how he's got Class 10 lined up.
Very good class of Brangus females and a very, very nice place to start. Young lady's heifer comes in and is very commanding from a presentation standpoint, a female that's certainly neat when you get right on top of her, how just dimensional she is, how broad and wide down her back and out of her hip, yet still so good in terms of her look here from the side. She's heavy-boned and big-footed, yet I think still very feminine and cowy in terms of her look. A very good place to start. Certainly appreciate that one a ton. Good one here in 2 as well, and I like this one's length. I like her extension. I like her look up front. Heifer balances up so nice down her top and out of her hip. She's good in terms of her structure. She's really starting to make a nice, pretty udder underneath of her. For me, compared to our class winner, there's just not as much of that one. We got to crack her apart, give her some more forerib, give her some more natural width and body shape, but that's still a very, very good female there. I think it's going to make an awesome brood cow for that young lady here in the near future. Good one here to close as well, obviously, is getting heavy in gestation as well. A female here I think is stout and powerful when you get on top of her. Works to her demise just a little bit. She wants to get a little rougher and coarser there in terms of her build and her look. We can make her just a little more balanced and feminine here in terms of her shoulder, in terms of her silhouette here from the side. Probably redesign her in terms of her structure off her hind leg as well. But very good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Let's give them a nice hand if we could.
Your results from Class 10 Brangus. First place, Kinsley Road, San Jacinto County 4-H. Second, Randa Tillman, Brenham FFA. And third, Keaton Hughes, Joaquin FFA. Now entering the ring on your Brangus side will be your junior heifer drive. Out of Class 7, first place, Blaine Season Good, Wilson County 4-H. Second, Rayleigh Heil, Klein Kane FFA. Out of Class 8, first place, Brindley Buzzard, Grimes County 4-H. Second, William Loest, Victoria County 4-H. Class 9, first place will be Landon Stewart, Victoria County 4-H. And second place, Cole Loest, Victoria County 4-H. In Class 10, your first place, Kinsley Rhodes, San Jacinto County 4-H. And second, Randa Tillman, Brenham FFA. On the Beefmaster side, Judge Scotton is working through Class 4. There's 14 entries in Class 4, ranging in birth date from January 28th to January 1st, 2025.
Very good division here. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause if we could. Awesome set of cattle, awesome set of kids, and then the presentation and the showmanship out here has been tremendous, and we've obviously got some very, very high-quality females as well. Had a nice place to start here in this division and a good class, and, you know, there was some give and take in there, yet I think the heifer that wins, you bring her back out here and certainly still appreciate this one's kind for being neat at the top side of her neck. I think she's sound in terms of her structure. Her bone and her feet are big, and I think she gets out and goes and covers some ground very well. Is she as square and as bold and true as maybe a couple other ones out here? No, I don't think so, but I think that one has some very good days ahead of her. Going to make a very, very good big bread for this young lady on down the road. Heifer that won the next class I thought was pretty commanding in that particular class, and she's overwhelming in there for being wide and stout and massive, and you get right on top of her. She's still very, very bold sprung in terms of her rib cage, yet I think she can balance up well here from the side. Is she as sleek up front? Maybe not. As she is just, neat in terms of her hip and her tailhead placement as a few, maybe not. But I do think that one's certainly impressive, when you get her back out here from an overall width and power standpoint. The question for me out here on this one is she just limber enough out of both ends of her skeleton? She could loosen her up ever so slightly as compared to a few, but I do think that one's very, very high quality and certainly appreciate all the power she has. We got into the third class, and that was a nice class as well, and there was a lot of give and take in them three, and you could certainly justify doing it a lot of different ways. For me, the young man's heifer is still the one. You get her back out here that's nice structured. There's still something to her when you get right on top of her, yet I think she balances up well. Out here, is she the one that has extras as far as just sheer look and balance from the side? Maybe not. Is she the stoutest? Maybe not. In that particular class, though, she was the one that became the most complete. Climbed into the final class, that division, and had a really, really high-quality one here to win. And you get her back out here and certainly still appreciate this one. Just the shape to her head, the shape to her neck, how feminine yet cowy and broody she is. I think where she's impressive is you get right on top of that one, still so stout and square in terms of her width and her power, yet still looks like a female when you get off to the side of her. Very, very high-quality one I still think's nice in terms of her structure. The second in that class is a good female as well. Not the same kind at all. Here's one that's really high tie-in. She's really sleek in terms of her look. Really appreciate the udder underneath of her. Talked to her in class, maybe not as opened up and stout as some. For me, I think there's a very commanding winner, and then take another look here for reserve. One more time, let's put our hands together here for the young lady out of the final class, as she'll have your champion.
Your champion junior Brangus female is Kinsley Rhodes, San Jacinto County 4-H.
Not to be long-winded, but for me, this is where the challenge in this division lies. And there's a lot of give and take, I think, within the remaining cattle out here of where you want to go for reserve. Young lady in the second class, here's the one that's more like our champion from a width and power and dimension standpoint. Talked to her just a minute ago. Could we loosen her up off both ends of her skeleton? Probably slightly so. And then the young lady that was second in the final class, here one that's so neat up front, balanced in terms of her top line, got a pretty udder starting underneath her that's still very, very sound in terms of her structure. You ask yourself, is there just enough of that one for a yearling here coming in gestation? So I wouldn't argue with you either way if you wanted to go several different directions out here. I like the young lady out of class 2 here to be reserved. Let's congratulate her.
And your reserve junior heifer calf goes to Brindley Buzzard, Grimes County 4-H. Congratulations, you guys. Now entering the ring on our Brangus side, we will have Class 13. There's going to be 6 entries in Class 13 with the birth dates ranging from April 7th to March 7th, 2024. Just a reminder, trailer releases will not be stamped until the conclusion of your breed. So trailer releases will not be stamped until the conclusion of your breed. There's going to be a lot of cattle showing all day today. I know some of us want to get home. Let's just be courteous of others who are still here to show their cattle today as we prepare to move out.
Well, a good class over here again on the top end. Several heifers I really like. Probably like the top pair of heifers the best in here, just in terms of quality. Which ones hit me the hardest when they came in? Because at the standstill, it's very easy to tie into both of those. But in motion, I do think the young ladies that wins needs to win in here. And she's the one, and I've talked about this in several other classes, she just becomes the one that puts together and checks off the most boxes in here. At the standstill, I really like her look of balance. I think she's really attractive in terms of her neck set, the way she ties it to the top side of her shoulder. I think her balance from her shoulder back in terms of her body type, her top line consistency is good. And then in motion, she's quite a bit more comfortable. She strides out quite a bit further than the one that comes right behind her. So for me, she becomes the one that wins in here pretty comfortably. And even though the heifer in second wants to come up just a little short in her stride, I love her quality. And at the standstill, she's so good. And I think that's why she can get to the top end of this class. And I don't think that I would call her unfunctional. I just don't know that she's the most attractive when we get her out. But standing still, she's beautiful in terms of her moderation, her boldness of body, her look up front. Everything just transitions very seamlessly. Just need to loosen her up a little bit in motion. The black heifer that comes next is got really striking pieces. You do a good job of getting her presented. She ties her neck to the top side of her shoulder good. I think relative to the one that comes behind her, where I like her a little bit better is in terms of her stoutness of bone, a little more natural dimension from behind. I don't think she can get around the ones in front of her because she gets just a little more upright in her front end structure. She's not quite as deep in her heart and back into her rear rib and flank. She doesn't balance just quite as uniquely as the ones that go in front of her. And that's probably where I thought 3 and 4 were somewhat close because I do like the flexibility of the heifer that comes next. I like her extension. I probably made the call whenever I got in behind her. She just got to have a little more substance to her. She gets a little frailer in her foot and her bone. I just want to open her up, power her up a shot more. I think if she does, she can move up several spots. One that comes next, it does have a little more substance to her bone work. I probably thought that she could balance a bit better from her chest back into her flank. She's getting just a little more condition there, and I'd probably like to see her just a little softer in her heart and her forerib, and she gets a little PC and wants to fight the halter. I know that's frustrating, but when she cooperates, she's got a really good look. Just those couple little things. A black heifer that comes next, good in her top line. She's got some extension. She gets a little frailer, more streamlined and harder in terms of her body type. The yellow heifer that comes next is good bodied. She's just too round in her shoulder, too round out of her hip. The red heifer that comes next has got some substance. We need to change her structurally. And as we work on down the the line. We've got a heifer that's good in terms of her extension. I thought she became a little too shallow. Some cattle that we need to change structurally, and some cattle on down the line that I think are functional, just a little lower quality in this set. Really good class there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Class 4 results on the Beefmaster side real quick. Presley Barrett from Brazoria County 4-H, first place. Second place goes to Emily Collier, Washington County 4-H. Third is Brent Britton, Carson County 4-H. Fourth is Kendall Schnell, Lee County 4-H. Fifth, Addison Forsberg, Taylor County 4-H. And sixth, Bridger Etheridge in Nacogdoches County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Exhibitor 4237 Maya to the show ring. Exhibitor 4237 Maya to the show ring.
Excellent class of Brangus females, very commanding class winner here on this side. Young lady brings this one in here with look and balance and quality here up through her front end. Thinks very, very good down her top line and uses her hip and hind leg as good as any. I think she's the one with extra bone, extra foot size underneath her. Yet I think she's fresh in terms of her condition. Very athletic when you set her in motion. A nice place to start. Gets a little more challenging here, 2, 3, and 4 for me. I think young lady's heifer here in second. When she gets her stopped and put together, can sure give you a nice look. Still attractive about her head and neck. Still has some width and shape and power when you get right on top of her. Maybe not as balanced from the side as our class winner. We could raise her up off the ground. I'll stretch her out a little bit as compared to the one that wins as well, but a nice female there in her own right. Young man, you've done a nice job here with this female, and I love this one, silhouette here from the side. She's neat about her head, neat about her neck, very balanced in terms of her top. She's good in terms of her underline. You get right in on top of her. There's not as much animal just in terms of sheer width and dimension as the two right ahead of her. We could stouten her up and power her up there. I think that one could run another spot up higher in this class because she's very well balanced and nice in terms of her structure. Got a good heifer here coming next as well, one that's long and level down her top line and nice out of her hip, still fresh about her head and her neck. You know, out here, she's maybe just a little out of balance in terms of her forerib, in terms of just her sheer look here from the side. We could change her there. I think when you set her in motion, could loosen her up ever so slightly in terms of her rear too, but a nice female there. Good pair of them here that are going to round out this class. One that, you know, we could probably lean both of them up in terms of their condition ever so slightly, but I think they're functional females that are going to make very, very good brood cows for these young men. Just make them a notch sounder, a notch leaner there in terms of their condition. Awesome class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Out here, every acre has a story. It's where families work hard, plan, and take pride in what they do. Whether you're buying your first place, expanding your operation, or just getting through another season, we're here to help you grow, one good decision at a time. The leader in ag lending throughout Texas and New Mexico, Ag Trust Farm Credit.
Your class winner was Bridger Etheridge, Nacogdoches County 4-H. And your second place entry in that class is Keenan Keel, Austin County 4-H. And out of class 4, first place, Presley Barrett, Brazoria County 4-H. And your second place entry was Emmy Collier, Washington County 4-H. On your Brangus side, results from Class 13. First place, Shaylee Meter, Wiley Abilene FFA. Second place, Peyton Reeves, Polk County 4-H. Third, Blaine Winkleman, Washington County 4-H. Fourth, Colton Smith, Hood County 4-H. Fifth, Cash Broom, Liberty FFA. And sixth, Taven Thompson, Washington County 4-H. Now entering the ring on your Brangus side is Class 14. 9 entries in Class 14, ranging from February 23rd to January 11th, 2024.
Well, a good lineup over here as we work into our first division. And I know I'm not setting any time records over here, but they've been really good. There's been a lot of cattle that have come through just in that first division, and I want to make sure that I give our exhibitors a good look that they deserve, because it takes a lot of time that you guys put into these to get to this point. I'm not going to go back through and probably break them each down. We talked about them pretty in-depth in class, but I think whenever we come back out and we have our class winners, I really like the front line of cattle, and I think there's some different types and kinds out here that you could tie into depending on what you like, and I don't know that it's just absolutely cut and dry who needs to win out here, who has to be reserved, because there's different types and kinds, and I know as we work from class to class, sometimes the dynamic changes just a little bit, and so I think we've got a really good set of class winners. We started off in the first class, and one that won in there, very complete, and liked a lot of things about her. I thought that where she complimented the second place heifer, being just a little stouter, a little more dimensional from behind, and so I think very high quality heifer that comes out of the first class. I don't know if she's quite as big and stout and as woofy as some of the ones that come behind her, but a good heifer there. The heifer that came out of the second class, she's as good looking as anything, just in terms of her balance and her silhouette from the side. She is gorgeous there. I love her look up front. I like the way she transitions back into her rear rib and flank, probably where we can pick on her just a little bit relative to the cattle on either side of her. When you step in behind her, I don't know if she's just the boldest in the turn to her forerib, the biggest and the stoutest from behind, but whenever you just step off and study them in terms of quality and balance and refinement, she hits me really, really hard. I like the heifer out of the third class, and I think whenever you just talk about a functional, good kind that's going to make a good cow, that's what she makes me think of. I don't know if she's quite as flashy up front or maybe as fresh as some of the other ones on either side of her, but she's beautiful in terms of her rib and her body. I love her stoutness of foot and bone, and still she's very comfortable and very flexible. Like I said, I don't know if she's just the neatest. I don't know if she's the freshest out here, but I do think she represents a good kind that's only going to get better as he continues to work with her. We just wrapped up that last class with one that I thought won pretty comfortably in there, just in terms of her build and her balance. I don't know if in this setting where some of the other heifers hit me with really unique outlier pieces, if she necessarily hits me with that, but very functional, very complete type of female. So I want to talk through them just a little bit so you guys know what's going through my mind, because I do think it's close and I think it's competitive. So I'll put this down and take one more look at them. I'll show you the ones that I like. If you would, please congratulate these exhibitors. Really, really nice division.
Results from your champion or your heifer calf division on the Beefmaster side. First place or grand champion heifer calf goes to Santiago Garza out of Class 2 from Hidalgo County 4-H. Your reserve heifer calf comes out of Class 3, and that's Bridger Etheridge from Nacogdoches County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring on your Beefmaster side is Class 7. There's 6 entries in Class 7, ranging in age from December 28th to November 2nd, 2024.
Well, the good classes, we work into our next division. And I think one, for me, at least on the top end, things come together really, really quickly. And I think the one that wins in here, she's got to win. And she's not winning an attitude award, but she's got to win the class. And she's by far the best in terms of her rib, her body type, because I actually think after that, you could shuffle the bottom some around just a little bit. I do think that this heifer needs to win in terms of her rib, her body, her substance, everything balanced together. Very nice in her when she stopped and set up at the standstill. I wish she'd get out and just go. I bet if we just took her halter off and let her go, she'd look really, really good. But I think heifer has to win in here. After that, I think it gets close. The one that I put second, I probably thought hit me next with the most high quality pieces in terms of her extension up front, having some stoutness of bone. Now she is a little bit too hard in terms of her forerib and her body type. We got to open her up and soften her up there quite a bit if she's going to be able to get around crowned our class winner, but I did think in terms of flexibility, having some look of quality up front, I like those things about her. The heifer that comes next, I think she's got some shape. When you step in behind her, she's extended, just a little too shallow out here. We get into a pair of heifers that come next that are deep-sided. I think they're functional, just too closed up whenever we step in behind them, and then just a little plainer in terms of their look and balance from the side. I want to make them just a little more quality in terms of their head, their look up front, stouting them up a shot from behind. And then we round out the class, a moderate made red and white heifer, just a little too round out here and falls out of balance. Good class there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Really high quality class here in our January, February class of Brangus females. And, you know, I'll be the first one to tell you there's some give and take, I think, throughout this entire class. But for me, the longer they're out here, the one that wins, she becomes the most complete. Does she have any ESTs in any one area in this particular class? Probably not, but I think this one's still good looking here from the side, still has some muscle and shape and power when you get right on top of her. I think in terms of her structure, she's still very adequate off both ends of her skeleton. He gets her put together and out here and still can give you a very good look. And I think she has that advantage over the one in second of being a little neater out of her hip, a little sharper up through her front end. Now, the heifer in two, she's very, very good as well. And here's the one that's very, very mobile in terms of her structure. She can get out and go and cover some ground. She's got big feet and uses them very well. Out here, she's the one that's a little more moderate, a little plainer in terms of her kind, maybe not as sharp up through her front end, probably not as level out of her hip, but I do like that one's kind from being very functional in terms of her structure. I think the longer she goes, you like that one as well, especially when she's set in motion. This young man can get this one put together very, very well here, and this one's so sharp about her head and neat up through her front end, yet I think from their back, there's a power cow there that you certainly have to appreciate. She's one that you set her in motion, we could certainly change her off her hip and her hind leg, let her get out and go and just be a little more fluid in terms of her structure. I think with that, compared to the cattle on either side of her, we could stouten her up in her bone and her ankle and her foot size, just make her a little fresher there in terms of her just her look and presence out of her hip, let her just get out and go a little easier. The pair here coming next, and obviously this makes it very challenging in a class of all the rest of them have not calved yet, and this one has, and I definitely want to commend that this female for that. Here's one you still have to appreciate, though, from her length and her extension up through her front end. She's nice down her top line. She's very functional the way she goes off her hip and her hind leg. You know, as compared to the ones right ahead of her, she's not as neat there in terms of her shoulder and her forerib, maybe not as balanced there in terms of her underline. Certainly appreciate this one being already had calved and doing a wonderful job. Obviously, she's going to make a very, very good brood cow for her in the future. Young man's got a good one here coming next. They kept working up. She's extra stout, extra powerful, tons of shape when you get on top of her. Gets a little plainer in terms of her look here. Could just balance her up. We run into a pair of cattle here next that I do like and appreciate for the rib and body and volume that they have. We could make them just a little sounder in terms of their feet and legs. And a nice pair of them here to close. They're heifers that have some body shape, have some dimension, have some brood cow look to them. Again, could stouten them up and probably just make them a shot sounder as they go. But a very, very good class of January and February's. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
On your Brangus side, Class 14 results. First place, Matthew Wyboro, Austin County 4-H. Second place, Wyatt Davis, Washington County 4-H. Third place, Brody Westing, Huckabee FFA. Fourth place, Kinley Smith, Hood County 4-H. And fifth place was Matthew Phillips, Washington County 4-H. Now entering the ring on your Brangus sides, Class 15. Single entry 10-20-2023 shown by Maya Benavidez. On your Beefmaster side, and then Class 7 results. First place, Riley Upham, Brazoria County 4-H. Second, Briley Camelier, Burleson County 4-H. Third is Haley Rudolph, Washington County 4-H. Fourth, Easton Kaufman, Coleman FFA. Fifth, Landry Kaufman, Coleman FFA. And sixth is Peyton Swanky of Lee County 4-H. Now in the ring on your Beefmaster side is Class 8. 14 entries in Class 8, ranging from 10/28 to September 5th, 2024.
A very good single entry here. I think one certainly stands in competition. She's sound, she's functional in terms of her feet and legs, and Lady's done a nice job of keeping her fresh in terms of her condition. I think one that balances up well in terms of just her lines here from the side. Good place to start. Congratulations, young lady, on a very good heifer.
Class 15 results in the Brangus side. First place, Maya Benavidez, Terry FFA. Now entering the ring on your Brangus side is going to be your senior champion senior drive. So out of Class 13, first place, Shaylee Meter, Wiley Abilene FFA. Second place, Peyton Reeves, Polk County 4-H. Out of Class 14, we'll have Matthew Wyborough, Austin County FFA. And second place, Wyatt Davis, Washington County 4-H. In Class 15, our single entries, Maya Benavidez will set the senior heifer drive.
Well, as we get back out here in our final division on the Brangus side, very, very good representation of these big yearling and 2-year-old females, and one you certainly have to appreciate just all the brood cow potential that they have out here, and just what they're going to do for these kids on down the road is just making exceptional mama cows and generating for them in the future in their bred and owned program. The heifer that won the first class, very good out here. One that's so neat to look at here up through her front end. She just reads like a brood cow in terms of her head, the shape to her neck. You know, from there back, she's still one that's so balanced in terms of her top line and the way that she gets out of her hip and her hind leg. Huge in terms of her bone and her feet, and the toe spread that she has is very good. You know, out here, is she the one that's the most overwhelming in terms of mass or forerib or body shape? Probably not, but I think she's very fresh in her condition. I think she's very good in terms of her structure and gives you a great look. The one that wins the second class, that was a good class, big class of them out here, and that was a nice heifer that I think kind of just kept coming towards the top for me. Certainly appreciate this one's head shape and how neat she is up front. I think from there back, she's the one in that class that was very complete in terms of her width or dimension, yet still could get out and go and cover some ground. Out here, is she the most agile one off her hip and hind leg, or maybe even the most attractive at the way she gets out and goes? Probably not, but I still think she's very, very sound in terms of her structure. A nice heifer in that class. And a good final one there to win that class. Just talked about her a second ago. Appreciate that one from being lean and fresh in terms of her condition. She's nice in terms of her structure. She's good in terms of her top line. Compared to the two heifers in front of her, she gets overwhelmed out here from just a center body and width and dimension standpoint, but still a high-quality female. Let's put our hands together here one time in this division. I'll get you a champion reserve. Let's congratulate the young lady up front as she'll have her champion. Young man, now the second class will be reserved. Congratulations.
Results from our senior heifer drive on the Brangus side. Your grand champion senior heifer goes to Shaylee Meter out of Class 13 from Wiley Abilene FFA. And your reserve champion senior heifer goes to Matthew Wyborough out of Class 14 from Austin County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now on the Brangus side, we're going to get set and bring you back the champion overall Brangus lineup.
A good class here. I think one that's got some give and take, and I don't know that there's necessarily just clear-cut answers in here, but after working through them, I did feel pretty comfortable with the one that we land on, and probably these two that sort to the top. I think are heifers that have a little more substance. They've got a little more stoutness. I still think they're really functional in their type and kind. I probably thought the one that we land on, though, did it with just a shot more quality than the one that comes right behind her in terms of her head, her neck, at the length and levelness out of her hip. You could clean her up just a little bit at the base of her chest, but I do think that she's one of the ones in here that's the best in terms of her flexibility. She's one of the ones that I like the best in terms of her rib and her body type, and she's one of the ones I like the best in terms of her balance. So she kind of becomes the one that checks off some boxes. The heifer that's second, honestly, just kept working up the line. I don't have major issues with her. I think she's a very functional type and kind. I thought she was flexible. I thought relative to the heifer that came behind her, she got a little more stoutness of bone. Probably read her just a little bit fresher in terms of her condition. Now she gets just a little too round out of her hip. She's not perfect in her shoulder, so sometimes that throws her off just a little bit, but I couldn't pick any major issues in her, and she just kind of kept working up the line because of that. The black heifer that comes next is moderate. She's good body. She's really wanting to fight you at the end out here, and I do think she's probably on the edge of being a little too frail for me. She wants to get a little deeper in her chest. She's not as good in the way her shoulder transitions to her forerib. She too could be just a little bit leveler out of her hip, and really body, I think freshen her up, give her a little more stoutness, maybe make her just a little more attractive in motion. The heifer that comes next, I think, could funnel up and down depending on the view that you get of her, because when she's in motion, she's got the biggest feet and the biggest legs, and she's very, very comfortable. I love that about her. Whenever she gets on the standstill, she'll want to rock forward too much in her front end and want to come over just a little bit there, and then she wants to break behind her shoulder, close up a little bit in her forerib, and roll out of her hip. And so at the standstill, she gets just a little bit piecier, but in motion, I love her lower joint work. So I thought that became a little bit challenging. She could float just a little bit because of those things. For me, I thought she needed to maintain her balance a little bit better at the profile to go ahead and run her up a little bit higher there. The heifer that comes next, she is more consistent in her top line balance. I like her extension. For me, she is too frail in her foot and her bone. I just got to stouten her up a little bit down low in order for her to move up. A heifer that comes next, extension is good. Top line balance is good. I thought she became a little coarser, a little more streamlined in her rib and her body type. The heifer that comes next, we need to change a little bit structurally, mainly in her front end structure, so she balances just a shot better. I think if we do that, she becomes a little more competitive. She's got some substance, just not quite good enough build. A heifer that's got some stoutness, a bone, and some flexibility, a little plainer out here just in terms of her look, her presence. She wants to get a little rounder out of her hip. A heifer that comes next is big body. She's got some substance, just too plain. Rounder in her shoulder, rounder out of her hip. And then as we work on down the line, we've got some cattle, again, I think very functional. Didn't hit me quite as unique in terms of their look, their balance. Some of them need just a little more rib and body to accommodate their frame and balance out just a shot better. That was a good class there. Congratulations to each of them.
Well, this has been an unbelievable way to start off our day. Let's get a big round of applause here. Let's raise it up for these kids here in our Brangus division. Awesome set of cattle, awesome set of kids. Certainly, I'm humbled to be able to stand out here and get to be a part of this show. And, the neat thing about it is there were so many different shapes and sizes and kinds. And so depending on who you put out here to sort this thing, you could probably do it a lot of different ways. But for me, I am so pleased and so happy with the three that we've got on this side and then the three reserves as well. These are good cattle out here, and they do a lot of things extremely well. It becomes close, and I think there's some give and take, and depending on where you want to be and where you want to land, you could do some things differently. I'm going to break them down real quick just so you can see exactly where I'm leaning towards out here. But again, very, very good. The heifer that won the first division, this one's nice. And in that division, she was the one with rib and body and volume, yet still was sound in terms of her feet and legs. You get her back out here, and you still certainly appreciate all the longevity and just the worlds of future that one has ahead of her. You get her out here and compare her to the two older, bigger heifers behind her. Is there enough of her? Is she as sharp in terms of her look up front? Is she as wide and massive? Probably not, but that one's got a ton of future ahead of her. I think next year as a yearling or even on into the fall is going to be extremely good. That was a very good reserve division as well. That's extremely good in terms of her feet and legs and her long-term build. This middle division's fun, and this heifer come in the ring here, and not to hide anything, she hit me pretty hard. And this one comes in from a presentation and just a rib and body and volume and mass standpoint. You certainly have to just climb in and like that one so much. Yet this young lady still gets her stopped and put together and gives you such a balance, just such great look here from the side. Is she as lean and fresh and trim as the one that wins the final division or the one that wins the first division? Probably not. And I would tweak her there. I'd probably just lean her up ever so slightly. And I think with that being said, she'll push just a little extra here in her shoulder. And I think that hinders her the way she gets out of her front end ever so slightly. I still think she's very good structured. I think she is commanding out here from a stoutness standpoint, from a look, a balance, a quality standpoint out here as well. One that's so fun in terms of her lower joint work here at the stand. Young lady that won the final division here is so neat. And this one, there is things she come into the ring and you just want to gravitate towards because her hip and her hind leg, her structure and build is so elite, as loose as she is in terms of her skeleton, the way that she can get out and go and cover some ground, yet still remain balanced in terms of her look is so, so good. You ask yourself out here with this one, basically being a 2-year-old, is there enough animal? Is there enough forerib and just lower body shape and dimension as compared to the one right ahead of her? Is there just enough heart there and just dimension? I do love her freshness of condition, and I think that allows her to get out of her front end just a little easier than the one that does right ahead of her. A good reserve as well in that division. Young man's got a nice one there, maybe not just as a lead in terms of her structure. So that's where I kind of stand on out here. I think there's some give and take certainly between them. I think there's one I kind of just keep going back to that's the most my speed. Let's congratulate the young lady here out of the middle. She'll have your champion Brangus. I realize that our champion and reserve probably are not going to pair up from just being cut out of the same mold, but these are two extremely high-quality females. Let's congratulate the lady out of the final class. She'll be reserved.
Over on the Brangus side, your overall champion Brangus female goes to Kinsley Rhodes, San Jacinto County 4-H. Your reserve champion Brangus female goes to Shaylee Meter, Wiley Abilene FFA. Give a big round of applause to those two ladies.
Well, a good class that we have over here, and just 5, so the smallest one that we've had so far today, but still really good. And I think some differences here on the top end. I thought these 3 heifers at the top were the ones that probably stood out to me. And I don't know that there's necessarily one way it has to go. The heifer we land on, though, I think for me, where she beats the heifer that comes right behind her is in terms of her boldness, the shape out of the backside of her shoulder, her natural dimension from behind, and then probably where I like her a little better than the one that comes in 3 is in terms of the way she ties her neck to the top side of her shoulder, the levelness out of her hip. So for me, she becomes the one that kind of checks off the most boxes. I like her substance, and I still think she does it with a look of balance from the side. The heifer that comes next, she is the longest neck. She ties it really high to the top side of her shoulder. She's good in her levelness out of her hip. She's got some stoutness of bone. That heifer, relative to the cattle on either side of her, gives up quite a bit in terms of her forerib, her rear flank, and just natural dimension from behind. I want to open her up and make her a little bolder and a little softer in order for us to go ahead and land on her to win the class. And that's where I probably thought it had some give and take there, because the heifer that comes next, she is bolder. She's got more natural dimension. She's got more natural substance. I thought with that, of those top 3, she falls out of balance just a little bit more at the base of her chest. Her neck, she's a little shorter and a little more jammed up. She is the roundest out of her hip, and then in motion just a little bit. She keeps a little extra set in her hind leg and just not the most attractive. Plenty functional, just maybe not the most attractive there. The heifer that comes next, I think that she complements that red heifer because she is long necked. She's leveler in terms of her top line. She just gets a little too streamlined in her rib and her body, a little frailer in her bone. We got to soften her up, give her a little more stoutness, and then we round out the class so it is a little more moderate, a little deeper sided. She probably becomes the most closed up one though, and then gets just a little plainer in her look from the side. So good set of heifers there. Congratulations to each of those exhibitors.
On our west side, now showing is our red Brangus females. Entering the ring is Class 1. 5 entries in Class 1. Calf from July 19th, 2025 to April 3rd, 2025. Playing catch-up on our Beefmaster side, results from Class 8. First place goes to Hallie Back, Magnolia FFA. Second, Jack Shackelford, Columbia FFA. Third, Briley Dietze, Belleville FFA. Fourth, Peyton Horak, Columbia FFA. And fifth, Ariana Rodriguez, Terry FFA. Our results for Class 9, 5 entries were in there. First place, Aubrey Johnson, Crawford FFA. Second place, Elijah Randall, Weatherford FFA. Third, Morgan Catrone, Trinity FFA. Fourth, Addison Forsberg, Taylor County 4-H. In 5th, Kyla Jackson, Cold Spring FFA. Now entering the ring on our Beefmaster side is Class 10. 3 entries in Class 10, born June 21st to May 3rd, 2024. One other announcement, if you're fortunate enough to be Grand or Reserve Breed Champion today, please have one parent meet the exhibitor at the vet office to talk about drug testing. If you're fortunate enough to have a breed champion today, please have one parent meet the Grand and Reserve champ at the exhibitor booth next to the vet office. Thank you.
Well, a good set of 3 heifers, and for me, I think this class comes together really, really nicely. And one for me, feel really comfortable landing on the heifer that wins in here. And I think whenever you study the cattle, especially in motion, she's the most comfortable and the most correct in terms of her lower joint work, her flexibility, and her angles. And that just allows her, I think, to balance up not only best at the standstill, but also in motion. So for me, one that we need to land on. The heifer in 2, probably where I like her just a little bit better than the one that comes behind her is just her moderation of frame size. Probably suits the type and kind that I like just a little bit better. Now, she can't get around our class winner because she's not quite sound enough whenever we get out and get her in motion. We could change her in her front end. She gets just a little straighter there, a little straighter in her hind leg, but I do like her moderation. She's got some extension up front, just need to loosen her up in terms of her build. The heifer that we round out the class with, extended, she's got extension up front, obviously got a lot of performance. I think for her size, though, she hits me just a little bit shallower in terms of her rib and her body type. I probably like to moderate her, give her a little more rib, a little more softness into her flank to balance her out just a little bit better. And I don't know that she's perfect in her front end structure either. So just those couple little things pick on her for. That's a good set of heifers there. Congratulations to each of them.
Good way to kick off our Red Brangus division here, and a nice place to start. Young ladies brought us a very good female here, one with some performance and power, and certainly appreciate this one's rib cage. I think she's just the combination of cattle out here that, you know, looks like a female. She's broody and she's wide in terms of her build, yet she's nice in terms of her structure. Young lady gets her stopped and put together. It still can give you a very, very good look here from the side. The 1 and 2 is different. There's no question she's the different one in this class. And hook bones forward, I certainly like this one a ton. She's neat-headed. She's really neat up there through her front end. Has a lot of shape and dimension when you get right on top of her. There's not as much rib and body and volume as our class winner. The biggest thing for me is I'd like to just change her from hooks to pins and off her hind leg. Let her be a little more functional the way she can get out and go. I know when she settles in and gets broke and wants to be more of a show cow, I think she'll relax and act better. But for me, that's where we need to tweak and change that one ever so slightly. The greenest, skinniest one here is the 1 and 3, but not to take anything away from that one. That one's high quality and certainly has a long-term build about her. Very neat up through her front end. She's long and level out of her hip. There needs to be more cow out here today from just a four-rib standpoint, body shape standpoint. We could stouten her up in her bone work as well. Good heifer coming next. She's probably more similar to our class winner from a performance standpoint. For me, needs to be redesigned off her hip and hind leg. Could change her in terms of her movement there, but a good heifer has rib and body and volume. Young man, you're doing a nice job here with a heavy structured female that's big in terms of her bone and her feet. Still can give you a nice look up front. Needs more center body, needs more depth through her rear rib and flank, and we could square her out of her hip ever so slightly. But a great way to start a Red Brangus. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Out here, every acre has a story. It's where families work hard, plan, and take pride in what they do. Whether you're buying your first place, expanding your operation, or just getting through another season, we're here to help you grow, one good decision at a time. the leader in ag lending throughout Texas and New Mexico. Ag Trust Farm Credit.
Second place, George Shackelford, Columbia FFA. And third, Cameron Otto, Brazoria County 4-H. Now earning the ring on our Beefmaster side is the junior heifer calf champion. The entries or the exhibitors in this lineup out of class 9, out of class 7, first place, Riley Upham, Brazoria County 4-H. Second, Briley Chamalier, Burleson County 4-H. Out of class 8, Jack Shackelford, Columbia FFA. Second, Peyton Horak, Columbia FFA. Out of class 9, your first place entry will be Aubrey Johnson, Crawford FFA. Second place, Elijah Randall, Weatherford FFA. And out of class 10, your first place would be Austin Garza, Roy City FFA. And your second place is Cameron Otto, Brazoria County 4-H. On your Red Brangus side, your results: first place out of class 1, Ava Pinkham, Davenport FFA. Second, Micah Mikulachik, Pasadena FFA. Third, Leighton Lara, Gloucester FFA. Fourth, Caitlin Gilbert, Matagorda County 4-H. And fifth, Cash Walker, McLennan County 4-H. Now in the ring is class 2, 2 entries born in March in class 2 Red Brangus.
Good pair of heifers here on the Red Brangus side. I think there's no doubt the dark red heifer out here for me is pretty commanding when she comes in the ring. Here's one that you study and just appreciate all the width and dimension and power she has. Pretty overwhelming out here from a bone and foot size standpoint, yet can still give you a nice sharp look here from the side. Good place to start. The lighter red heifer here is one you certainly appreciate. Down her top line and out of her hips. She's so level and true and square there, yet still neat about her head and up through her front end. There's just not as much of her as our class winner from a performance standpoint, from a natural rib and body standpoint. I do think that one's got a ton of future ahead of her, though. Congratulations to both those young ladies.
Well, a good division drive as we come back out here and shuffled a couple things around after validations, but we've still got a really, really good lineup of 8 heifers out here that I like quite a bit, and we'll visit through them briefly here, kind of so you know where my mind's at, because I think it's a good set, and there's some really nice heifers out here. The one that we started off in the first class with, she comes back out. She's getting out just a little bit better this time and cooperating. Man, I really love her look of balance. It's beautiful. She is really refined and attractive and feminine up front, but as good looking as she is, she transitions from her shoulder beautifully into her heart and her flank. Her balance from the side is so good, and her angles all read so good, so she maintains her balance very nicely when we get her in motion. She won that class pretty handily, and I like her a really good deal out here. Had some changes there in the second class and still really like the one that we end up landing on, and I think she even comes back out here and looks a little bit better right now, just in terms of her extension up front is good. We picked on her just a little bit in terms she can get just a little funny in her front end and maybe not perfectly dead level out of her hip. You're doing a good job of keeping her loin and keeping her put together out here. She really fits in our lineup very nicely. And then we talked about the heifer that wound up second in there in terms of her stoutness of foot and bone and structure. Very impressive. Wish she pieced it together just a little bit more more consistently there, but a good heifer with big pieces. The heifer that we landed on in the third class, we talked about the things that we liked in 2 and 3, and I thought that she probably put all that together in the best package. I think when we bring her back out here in this setting and compare to the cattle on either side of her, I don't know if she still maintains that same advantage in terms of her balance and just hitting you with a really unique look out here. She can get just a little more conventional about her head and her neck and the base of her chest and just the way she pieces together, but she's very functional. I still think good built. She's got the right kind of substance, and I still think everything blends together. Maybe doesn't hit me just quite as hard as a few other ones out here. And then we just got done talking that final class, and one that won in there very comfortably for me. And I think, again, one that when you study our class winners in terms of lower joint work and angles and flexibility, she's as good and as comfortable as anything out here. I don't know if she's the biggest boned or maybe just the stoutest from behind, but I still think she's got plenty. I love her flexibility in terms of the kind that I like, and when things get close, I typically fall back to structure. And so she's one that's really easy for me to appreciate. Just clean her up a little bit at the base of her chest, stouten her bone just a little bit there. I think a good lineup for me. There's one out here that just absolutely has to win. I think it gets a little bit closer after that young lady out of the first class that was got our champion.
On your Beefmaster side, division results. Your champion junior heifer goes to Riley Upham, Brazoria 4-H. Your reserve champion junior heifer goes to Austin Garza, Royce City, FFA. Congratulations to you exhibitors. Now entering the ring on your Beefmaster side will be Class 13. 15 entries in Class 13, born April 28th to March 1st, 2024. On your Red Brangus side, results from Class 2. There's 2 entries in Class 2. First place went to Lydia Brown, Ellis County 4-H, and second place went to Noah Williams, Alvin FFA. In the ring on your Red Brangus side is Class 3. 4 entries in Class 3, born in February of 2025.
We've got a very nice class of 3 here in our Red Brangus side, and some give and take, I think, within the class. Yet the young lady's heifer, I think we're going to start with, for me, is the combination of the 2 right behind her. She's the nice functional one here in terms of her structure, yet still gives you a sharp look when she gets her stopped and put together, has some extra bone and foot size, really neat and attractive there about her head. A good place to start. I think the young lady's heifer in 2 here most closely follows her from just a performance, a length, and extension standpoint. There's not as much rib and body, probably not as square and true off her hip and her hind leg as the one that wins the class, but a nice heifer there in her own right. The one that's going to close is different as far as her type and kind goes. Really appreciate this one's top line and how level she is out of her hip. She's very uniform in terms of her body depth. There's not as much length, not as much extension, I think, but most importantly, not as heavy in terms of her structure and her bone and foot size. think with that, we could loosen her up as she gets out on the go. But a nice female here. Young lady, you've done a nice job. Congratulations, those 3 exhibitors.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Tag for the animal that you are about to show, and do make sure that you have your registration papers for your animal as well. Make sure you have the correct back tag for the entry that you are about to show, and make sure you have the correct registration papers and that you enter the ring with the registration papers on you. Thank you.
Good class of females here on our Red Brangus side. Young man's heifer, I think, pretty commanding when she hits the ring. Extra look, balance, quality here. Presentation's extremely good. She's the neatest in terms of just her look and her balance here from the side. Gives you such a great look in terms of her hip placement, where her pin bones sit in her. She's the boldest in terms of her center body. Now, there's no question she's probably honestly as frail a bone as anything in this particular class. We could stouten her up there and maybe just make her a little softer in terms of her ankle, so that's what makes it a little more challenging out here. I think you set that aside, though, there's a pretty commanding class winner there. I really like the young lady's dark red heifer here in terms of her movement off her hip and her hind leg, and she has that advantage over our class winner, being a little bigger bone, a little softer and bigger there in terms of her rear ankle. She can get out and go and cover some ground. She's not as neat to look at here from the side as our class winner from a presentation standpoint, or just from a sheer look and balance, but I do think that one's very, very good in terms of her movement, her silhouette, and reading in the future in terms of her long-term structure. Got a nice one here coming as well, a moderate size one that's very good in terms of her center body. Gets a little plainer and rounder there in terms of her shoulder and up through her front end. She's not as neat out of her hip and off her hind leg, or the two right ahead of her, but a good female there in her own right. I think is going to make a really, really nice brood cow for that young lady. Good heifer here, one that's long patterned, really extended up through her front end, long and level down her top line. Needs to be softer in terms of her structure off both ends of her skeleton, and we could soften her up there through the middle part of her body as well. Young lady's done an excellent job here with the one that's going to close out the class. This one's different as far as her type and kind goes. Very muscular, very stout in terms of her shape. We could just soften this one up in terms of her structure, in terms of her body cavity as well. But a very, very good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors in this in Red Brangus division.
Your results from Class 4 Red Brangus: in first place, Gavin Schindler, Dodge City FFA. Second place, Gracie Reed, Alvin FFA. Third place, Marley Kasurik, Burleson County 4-H. Fourth, Allison Joyner, Victoria County 4-H. And fifth, Area Corley, VR Eaton FFA. Now entering the ring on your Red Brangus side is your champion heifer calf lineup. Out of Class 1, first place, Ava Pinkham, Davenport FFA. Second, Micah Mikulachik, Pasadena FFA. Class 2 is first place, Lydia Brown, Ellis County 4-H. Class 2 is Noah Williams. Second place is Alvin FFA. Out of Class 3, your first place was Lila Porter, Taylor County 4-H. And your second place was Kelly Scroggins, Liberty FFA. And out of Class 4, your first place was Gavin Schindler, Dodge City FFA, and your second place was Gracie Reed, Alvin FFA.
This has been a fun way to kick off our Red Brangus division here. A lot of nice females out here, a lot of very, very good showmen, a lot of quality kids, and so it's been very fun to get through, to start and sort through these things in this particular breed. You know, we kicked off with a good class here, and a young lady brought us one with some performance, some bone, some foot size, and nice in terms of her structure. You get her back out here and certainly appreciate all those things about her still. She's one in this drive that I think is very good in terms of her feet and legs, very good in terms of just the shape and dimension to her body, still can give you a nice look up front. Coming to the next class, the one that's extra stout, extra powerful, and love the bone and foot size underneath that one. Big and broad out of her hip. She's still round and bold in terms of her rib cage. Maybe gets a little out of balance out here as compared to a few. We could fix her there in her shoulder and fore rib hookup, just level her up in terms of her top line, in terms of just her look and her lines here from the side. But a nice heifer there. You certainly appreciate all the bone and power she has underneath her. Coming to the next class, and that was a neat class of them there, and I thought there was some give and take. Yeah, you get this heifer back out here and certainly appreciate just how complete she is. Very nice in terms of her lines and her look. Very nice in terms of her structure. Maybe not as overwhelming as a few of them on either side from just a sheer balance standpoint, from a sheer just rib and body and volume, but I do think that one's very, very solid. Got a lot of good days ahead of her. We obviously get here into this final class, and this is the one out here, and I'm not hiding anything from anyone. This is the one that's the most different in terms of her look and where she stands from a breed character standpoint, yet I still think this one is extremely high quality. You study this one from her balance and her look here in terms of her top line, her levelness out of her hip. She's the biggest in terms of her fore rib, the shape to her body. She's the neatest in terms of her neck set and how about her head and the top side of her crest. You know, I talked about her in class. Is there enough bone? Is there enough softness of ankle in that one? And that's probably where you get hard on her out here as compared to a few other ones. You know, so for me, it's out here weighing out, you know, the endpoints of where this one needs to be and where she's at. But I certainly do appreciate so many things about her from a quality standpoint. One time, let's put our hands together here in this division. I'll show you the two that I like. Very, very challenging to be depending on where you want to go.
Out here, every acre has a story. It's where families work hard, plan, and take pride in what they do. Whether you're buying your first place, expanding your operation, or just getting through another season, we're here to help you grow, one good decision at a time. The leader in ag lending throughout Texas and New Mexico, Ag Trust Farm Credit.
A good class here, and again, I think some spots where you have a little bit of give and take. For me, again, I feel comfortable in the one that we land on. In a case where I think she put some things together that I like about the cattle that come behind her. I think relative to the heifer that comes in second, she's a little fresher in terms of her condition. I thought at the base of her chest, the way she transitions into her forerib and natural dimension from behind, I think that heifer is plenty good. And then where I like her is in terms of her balance, the way she pieces together from the side. She's a little more attractive up front than the one that comes right behind her. I like her stoutness of bone. She can get just a little round out of her hip, but a really, really nice heifer. I probably thought 2 and 3 got just a little bit closer, and I think for me, the angles and the flexibility of the heifer in second probably suits me just a little bit better. Now, we could square up a little bit up front, and I think freshen her up just a shot in terms of her condition, but I did like her flexibility. I like her rib and her body type. I think if we can clean her up a little bit at the base of her chest and stouten her bone work, then she can make it just a little bit of a closer case around our class winner. At the standstill, I love this heifer because she is stout bone. She's got some substance and some shape. I like her look up front. She's just not quite comfortable enough in motion for me. I want to loosen her up just a little bit whenever she gets out and gets going. She just gets a little more restricted for me, a little more upright in her front end. She too's a little shorter, rounder out of her hip. If we can change her moving, standing still, I think she's just just as close to winning the class, just not quite comfortable enough when we circle the cattle. This cow's doing a really good job with a nice heifer calf on her side, and if you just look at her in terms of her silhouette from the side, she's really easy to tie into because I love her look up front. Her balance is really good. Where I pick on her a little bit, she could be just a little more even in her udders, and then from behind, she's quite a bit closed up. We could open her up and make her come with just more natural dimension, and I know she's putting most of her energy into a really nice calf. Just a couple things to pick on her for. I thought the next pair of heifers that came next were really more alike than they are different. I think they're both nice and flexible and good in terms of their structure. I thought both of them gave up just a little bit in terms of their full rib and their body type. It throws off their balance just a little bit out here, but nice heifers. One that comes next that's got some substance, just doesn't blend everything together quite as nicely. A little plainer up front, a little rounder out of her hip. We could make her piece everything together a little more attractively. A moderate, bold-bodied heifer is just a little too round in her shoulder, out of her hip. One that comes next that I think has just a little more extension. She too's pushing a little more condition. We could level her out of her hip and make her a little longer from hooks to pins, a little more attractive in the way she uses her hip and her hind leg. A heifer that comes next that is extended up front. She's got some stoutness of bone, just a little bit too piecey. The way her neck ties to the top side of her shoulder, the way she transitions behind it, just comes in too many pieces. Everything doesn't blend together quite smooth enough that we could change her just a little bit in her front end structure. We get into some cattle that come next that for me and where they're at in terms of this stage of the game, I probably want to see just a little more flesh, a little more body on them. The heifer's doing a good job there with that calf at her side. She just got to have a little more to her. I think same thing for the one that comes behind her. That one's got some stoutness of bone. Just need to see more body, a little more flesh on her. And as we work down the line, same thing. Cattle that I think are functional, just at where they're at, I got to see more to them to be just a little more competitive in this setting. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors.
Very nice class, very good place to start. Young lady's brought us one that's extra fresh in terms of her condition. Gives you such a neat look here from the side up through her front end, and very balanced and correct down her top and out of her hip. A female that I think just is very, very complete here in this particular class. Good place to start. Young lady, you've done an awesome job here with one that's heavier bone and stouter structured than is our class winner. This is one you certainly have to appreciate for how maternal she is in terms of her kind. You get off to the side of her, she's not as sharp in terms of her balance, in terms of her look, as the one that wins, but that's still a nice female, nice brood cow there in the making. The dark red heifer here that's going to close is one that's nice as well. She's level in her top line, nice out of her hip. In this class, she needs more rib and body and volume. I think with that, we could change her in terms of her feet and legs as well. But still, good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
On your Beefmaster side, results from Class 13. First place, Ellie Walters, Aledo FFA. Second place, Addison Morgan, Liberty County 4-H. Third place, Peyton Horak, Columbia FFA. Fourth, Ella Taylor, Springtown FFA. Fifth, Corbin Sable, Brazoswood FFA. Sixth, Nate Stozer, Liberty FFA. And seventh, Judith Lopez, McAllen Memorial FFA. Entering the ring on your Beefmaster side is Class 14. 8 entries in Class 14, ranging in birth dates from February 27th to January 6, 2024. Red Brangus results for you. Class 7 results. First place, Shaylee Meter, Wiley Abilene FFA. Second place, Chelsea Holloway, Nacogdoches County 4-H. And third place, Sophia Castilla, Klein Kane FFA. Entering the ring on your Red Brangus side is Class 8. 4 entries in Class 8 that range from October 25th to September 10th, 2024. As we bring cattle up to the ring, please remember to make sure that we have the registration papers associated with that animal on the exhibitor, and also make sure that we have the correct back tag for the animal that you're going to exhibit. So make sure we have the correct back tag for the animal that you're going to exhibit and the registration papers for that heifer on the exhibitor as they come to the ring. Thank you.
Another very high-end class here in our Red Brangus show. A nice pair of them up here on top. I think they're very similar in terms of their type and kind. The lighter colored heifer that's going to lead off for me, there's just enough more of her. You get right on top of her, a notch stouter in terms of her hip, a little broader down her back, a little more shape into her rib cage. I think this one gets put together and gets a nice look here from the side. You know, we could maybe loosen her up off her hind leg as compared to the 1 and 2 ever so slightly, but that's a very, very good place to start. Young lady, you got a good one in second here as well. I love this one's look and presence here from the side. Does a nice job when she gets out on the go in terms of her hip and hind leg movement. You get right in on top of her. There's not as much of that one just from a sheer width and dimension and shape standpoint, but a good heifer there in her own right. Different kind of one here coming next, and certainly appreciate the bone, the foot size, the flexibility underneath the young man's heifer here. You know, from the side, she runs out of a little bit of look and balance here. We could square her up out of her hip, make her a shot more attractive up front, but I do appreciate that one's performance, bone, and structure underneath of her. And a nice effort to close here as well. Young lady's got one certainly moderate in terms of her size. She has some width when you get right on top of her. We could just give her a shot more balance here, collect her a little bit when she's on the go. But a good class. Congratulations again.
Your results from Class 8 Red Brangus. In first place, Chloe Brooks, Union Grove, FFA. Second place, Lacey Chilson, Magnolia West, FFA. Third place, Jaden Gilbert, Matagorda County 4-H. And fourth place, Caitlin Gilbert, Matagorda County 4-H. Now entering the ring on your Red Brangus side is Class 9. 2 entries with birth date ranges from August 13th to July 15th, 2024. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. There will not be a lunch break today. We will continue throughout the show, so there will be no lunch break today. We will continue to show throughout the day. Thank you, guys.
Very high quality pair of these red Brangus females here, and I think there's enough more of the one that wins. You study her from a rib and body and volume standpoint, yet I still think she's nicer in terms of her balance here from the side. A good place to start. Young man, you've got a nice female here. I appreciate the length and extension she has. Very good in terms of her top line here at the stand. We could just soften her up in terms of her rib cage, balance her up a little neater here from the side, but a good heifer there in her own right. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
Results from Class 9 red Brangus. In first place was Marley Kasurik, Burleson County 4-H. In second place, Wyatt Nugent, Brassport FFA. Now entering the ring on your red Brangus side is Class 10. 2 entries with Class 10. Birth dates range May 22nd to May 2nd, 2024.
This is a neat pair of these May yearlings here, and obviously one's is calved already, but the other one's getting awfully close. And to me, young lady, the heifer you got the wins is pretty commanding out here. Here's one that's so balanced and so nice from the side, one that gives you a very, very good look up through her front end. So neat down her top and out of her hip. She has the advantage of the one right behind her, keeping her pins a little neater on the go, using her hind leg a little truer, starting to make a pretty little udder underneath of her. Good place to start. Young man, you got a nice one here in second as well, one that's heavy boned and big footed. I think she's stout in terms of her structure, doing an awesome job with a neat little heifer calf here at side. Out here, she wants to drop her pins and not be as comfortable on the go as our class winner, maybe not as sharp about her shoulder and up through her front end as well, but a really, really nice pair of them here. Congratulations to both these exhibitors.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Very comfortable. So one that I land on that I think is extremely high quality. Now for a good portion of the class, I thought we were going to run with the pair in second because I really, really like her, and she's very nice. She's got a beautiful bag, doing an awesome job with a really nice calf at her side. When we got down to it, you study her at the ground, she's just a little longer in her toes, and I don't think she's quite as attractive there at the ground. And then relative to our class winner, I know we're picking on her, and she's doing a good job of putting her energy into the calf. I don't know if she's just quite as unique from her chest to her full rib in terms of her lower body balance, but I thought she's very, very nice. So those two were really good there on the top end. The pair that comes in third, she's doing a good job with a really nice bull calf at her side, and I like that heifer's or cow's extension and look up front. I thought of those top three, she probably gave up the most just in terms of body and substance. I just probably want to see her a little bit bolder, a little more dimensional from behind, but I do think there's some good things about both of those. Another good pair that comes next, I like this cow's extension, probably a little frailer and a little tighter in terms of her spine and her top line. I want to reconstruct her just a little bit structurally so she's a little more comfortable. I thought the pair that came next, I like this cow. I just thought she gave up the most of those top cattle in terms of just substance and body type. She gets the shallowest and the hardest there, but that's a good pair. She's doing a good job with a nice calf. Heifer that comes next, it does have the advantage just in terms of rib and body type. I thought she was probably pushing just a little more condition. It made her look a little plainer out here. She's a little longer in her feet as well. We could change her just a nickel at the ground. And then a heifer that comes next, good in her depth of body. Need to refine her just a little bit more in her teat structure and probably freshen her up a little bit. And then same thing with the one that we round out with, a big, bold-bodied heifer that's just a little plainer out here, a little frailer in her makeup. Didn't hit me just quite as unique in terms of her quality. Good class there, especially on the top end, very competitive. Congratulations to each of them.
On your red Brangus side, your results for Class 10, first place, Maven Mikulachik, Pasadena FFA. Second place, Derek Hempel, Victoria County 4-H. Now in the ring on your red Brangus side is your junior heifer division drive.
This has been an extremely fun junior heifer division here in our red Brangus side. Tons of quality out here, and I certainly want to be the first to commend all these exhibitors and their parents and everyone behind us here, just doing a fantastic job. Let's put our hands together if we could here for this division of first and seconds. Awesome set of cattle, awesome set of kids. We started off with a very good class of them here. Young lady brought us one that was sure neat to look at, one that's so correct in terms of just her angles here from the side, gives you such a good look up front, balanced in terms of her top line and level out of her hip. She's nice bodied. She's nice in terms of her bone work. Is she the most anywhere out here? Probably not. I think that one's very high quality. We could maybe just make her a notch stouter boned, a little softer in terms of her ankles compared to a few right behind her. It's being awfully critical on one that's that high quality. We got into a really good pair of them here in the next class, and cattle that are actually very similar. The one that wins that class, there was enough more of her. When you get right on top of her and still you get her back out here and appreciate the bone, the substance she has, still very broad when you study her in terms of her rib cage. She's a heifer that balances up fairly well out here. There's a few maybe that are a little sleeker up front, a few maybe that are a little leveler from hooks to pins, but I think that's good livestock there. That's going to make a wonderful cow for her in the near future. Young lady brought us a nice one here next, the slicker-haired heifer here in this lineup. Certainly appreciate that one's kind, though. She's mobile. She's functional in terms of her build. I think that one's got a nice shape to her. You know, out here, not the look, not the balance, not the extras of a few of these other ones, but still a very, very high-quality one, going to make a fun cow for her in the future. We got into the maze, and obviously it become a little more challenging with one that has already got a baby at side and one that hasn't calved yet. You know, we got our class winner here, and this is a neat animal here that I think is so good in terms of just her kind she represents. She's moderate size, she's neat necked, she's very good in terms of her body cavity. I like where she's at in terms of her condition out here, starting to make a pretty udder underneath of her. I think everything's going to be very, very balanced there as way that goes after she has her baby. I think that one's the neatest out here in terms of her structure. She's got a little extra chest as compared to a few other ones that push a little farther forward, but I think from there up, she's probably as neat a necked and neat a headed as any of them. So it's just being extra critical on one I think is very, very good. One more time, let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate the young lady out of our final class. She'll have our champion in this division. I thought there was a pair of these that matched up extremely well from extra look, extra quality. One, there was just enough more foot and bone and ankle. Young lady up front, you'll be reserved. Congratulations to you as well.
Your results from your junior heifer drive on the Red Brangus side. Your grand champion junior heifer goes to Maven Mikulachik from Pasadena FFA. Your reserve grand champion junior heifer goes to Shaylee Meter, Wiley Abilene FFA. Congratulations to you exhibitors. On the Beefmaster side, Class 13 results. Class 14 results. First place, Keenan Kill, Austin County 4-H. Second place, Kennedy Hudman, Tatum FFA. Third, Haley Rudolph, Washington County 4-H. Fourth, Casey Brune, Belleville FFA. Fifth, Jack Shackelford, Columbia FFA. Sixth, Kane Gray, Chester FFA. Seventh, Madeline Forsberg, Taylor County 4-H. And eighth, Yadra Ibra, Pasadena FFA. Now in the ring on your Beefmaster side, Class 15. 6 entries in Class 15 ranging from December 23 to September 8th, 2023. In the ring on your Red Brangus sides, Class 13. 3 entries in Class 13 with birth dates ranging from April 10th to March 10th, 2024.
A good class here, and I think on the top end, a lot of cattle that I really, really like, and I think especially the pair and then the heifer that come behind her. I think those were the cattle that hit me the hardest whenever they came in. But I think the cow and the calf that we land on, for me, were the cows really impressive for as moderate and stout and bold and good in her her bone as she is, I still think that she's just as good as anything that we've seen in terms of the way she gets out, uses her lower joint work, her flexibility, and her comfort is so good. And still, man, she looks awesome in terms of her balance and her silhouette from the side. I probably think in terms of just refinement, initial impression of quality from her shoulder forward, I still probably think she's the best in here and doing an awesome job with a really nice calf at her side. So I like that pair quite a bit. I'll be excited to see them back here in a little bit. And I think the heifer that was second, she's really nice too. One of the first ones that came in, and I thought if we were going to land on her, I was going to feel good about it because she's big and she's bold-bodied. She's got some stoutness of bone, and I still think very flexible. I didn't know if she read just quite as fresh and unique in her head, the base of her chest getting just a little bit wastier there, and not that it bothers me too much, but whenever we get down to kind of splitting hairs there on really good cattle, I didn't know if she would hit me just quite as fresh and unique from her shoulder forward. I love everything that she does from there back. The pair that comes next, I thought this pair relative to the one that came behind him, I like this cow just in terms of the depth of her heart, the softness back to her rear rib and flank. I didn't know though if initial impression she just probably hit me quite as hard as the couple that went out in front of her in terms of her look up front, in terms of the extra pieces that she has. I like the calf at her side. I like her moderation and her body type, but I didn't know if she hit me quite as hard initially as those ones that go out in front of her. But I did like her substance relative to the one that came next. This heifer cow is really collected and good in her top line. She too is doing a good job with a nice bull calf at her side. I thought of those cattle, she probably gives up the most substance and rib and body type. I think in addition to that, gets just a little frailer in her foundation down at the ground. The heifer that comes next, she is stouter in her bone work, and I really like that about her. Probably where I pick on her the most is in motion. I don't know if she's just quite comfortable enough when we get her out and get her going. She'll want to get a little tighter in her spine, cut up in her flank just a shot, and then we round out the class with one. Extension is good. Again, gives up just a little stoutness, a little more rib and body. Didn't hit me quite as hard in terms of her quality. Good class there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
A very neat place to start here in this class. Young man brings a deep red heifer here that just comes in the ring and is very gravitating and towards of just her movement, her body cavity, her silhouette, her presentation. A female that I think is extremely high quality. You know, she's maybe not as stout as a few we've seen just right out of the back of her shoulder. Be fun to get her back out here and compare her, but I do think that one is extremely good. Movement, balance, look, and rib and body. Got a nice one here that'll be a second as well, one that's very neat in terms of her bone work and her feet and all the way to the ground. Does a nice job in terms of her structure. She has the advantage over the one right behind her, being a little softer in her spine, a little leveler there when you set her in a go. She's a nice heifer, you know, compared to our one that wins, not as attractive from the side, probably not as stout right out of her hip, but a good female there. Young man, you done a nice job with this heifer here, and at the stand, I really like the look and balance this one gives, and she can go around the one ahead of her and just far as at the stand. Now we set her in motion. She wants to roll up in the middle of her top line, dumps off at the edge of her hip there. We could change her there, probably soften her up through her rear rib and flank ever so slightly, but very neat class. Congratulations to all those kiddos.
Out here, every acre has a story. It's where families work hard, plan, and take pride in what they do. Whether you're buying your first place, expanding your operation, or just getting through another season, we're here to help you grow, one good decision at a time. The leader in ag lending throughout Texas and New Mexico, Ag Trust Farm Credit.
Ags, Erath County 4-H. Fourth place, Trip Nichols, Blooming Grove FFA. Fifth place, Skylar Wilkerson, Decaney FFA. And sixth place, Peyton Swanky, Lee County 4-H. Now entering the ring on the Beefmaster side is our senior heifer drive. Out of class 13, first place, Addison Morgan, Liberty County 4-H. Second place, Peyton Horak, Columbia FFA. Class 14, first place, Keenan Keel, Austin County 4-H. And second place, Kennedy Hudman, Tatum FFA. And out of class 15, first place, Addison Poe, Erath County 4-H. And second place, Lily Collier, Washington County FFA.
champion for Red Brangus, I need exhibitor 8602.
Very good single entry here on the Red Brangus side, and one I think is so striking when she hits the ring. Young man's done an awesome job in terms of presentation, heifer that's balanced and correct in terms of her structure, good in her top line, and neat up through her front end. Be fun to get her back out here in a little bit. Congratulations on a very nice heifer.
Results from Class 14 Red Brangus. First place, Riley Walker, Dodge City FFA. Coming in the ring now on the Red Brangus side is Class 15, single entry, birthday of September 1st, 2023.
A good lineup as we get our senior heifer and cow-calf pairs out here. Really, really nice. And again, a couple of changes, or I guess maybe just one change there after validation, but a good lineup of cattle out here. We started in the first class, and the young ladies that won, I actually thought that pair that ended up first and second were close, and there's some differences between those two. And honestly, I wish we could take things from both of those heifers and put them together, because then I think we'd have something really, really good, because I like things about both of them. Talked about the one that ends up winning. Maybe she's not the flashiest in terms of her look up front, but I love her body type and her flexibility. And then the heifer that was second in terms of her stoutness of bone and substance is good. Needed to change her a little bit structurally. I thought the pair there in the second class was good. And again, the one that we landed on just in terms of her quality, man, she just kept working up and working up. And when I was asking myself, where could I pick on her, I really couldn't find any major issues. And I think whenever you talk about flexibility and lower joint work from the ground up, she's as good as anything out here. She's good looking up front, and I think right in terms of her body type, I don't know if she's got as many out there pieces as some of the other ones out here, but I think a heifer that's really nice, that's really hard to pick a major hole in. Really like the pair that was second in there too. Main thing on those, just change that cow at the ground a little bit. I liked her quite a bit. We just wrapped up with our final class, and I thought when we talked about her, the painted up one that wins, where she's unique to me as moderate and bold and stout in terms of her bone work as she is, she still is comfortable and good in terms of her flexibility, and I think still just as good in terms of her balance whenever you study her from the side. And so for me, she hit me very, very hard, and I thought there was a heifer that was second in there that just in terms of rib and her body type, and I think flexible build is good. Can get just a little plainer in terms of her look up front, and probably for where I like them, we could moderate her just a nickel in terms of her frame size, but a lot of good still in her. So I think for me, there's some close decisions out here, I think especially for reserve, but the young lady out of the last class, that pair is going to be our champion.
Got another nice single entry over here on the Red Brangus side. Young lady, thank you for being patient out here. You've got a very nice calf. One I think that's nice in terms of her width or dimension or shape when you get on top of her. We'll get her back out here and compare them, and we could settle her in her top line ever so slightly. Hopefully she'll settle in and relax, but a nice effort here to win. Congratulations.
Your results from the senior heifer drive on the Beefmaster side. Grand champion senior heifer, Addison Poe, Erath County 4-H. And your reserve grand champion senior heifer goes to Lily Collier, Washington County FFA. Entering the ring on your Beefmaster side will be our grand champion overall Beefmaster drive, Representing our heifer calf division, grand champion Santiago Garza, Hidalgo County 4-H. Reserve grand champion Bridger Etheridge, Nacogdoches County 4-H. Coming out of the junior heifer division, your grand champion was Riley Upham, Brazoria 4-H, and your reserve grand champion was Austin Garza, Roy City FFA. And then coming out of our senior division, your grand champion was Addison Poe, Erath County 4-H, and your reserve grand champion was Lily Collier, Washington County 4-H. He's already done that one, right? On our Red Brangus side, Class 15 results. First place, Kristen Short, Brazoria County 4-H. Now entering the ring on our Red Brangus side will be our senior heifer division drive. Out of Class 13, first place, Gavin Schindler, Dodge City FFA. Second place, Elizabeth Yonts, Columbia FFA. Out of Class 14, Riley Walker, Dodge City FFA. And out of Class 15, Kristen Short, Brazoria County 4-H.
Well, a great lineup as we bring our division champions and reserve back out in the Beef Masters. And I know it took quite a bit of time working through the breed over here, but they were good and there was a lot of them. And I wanted to make sure I gave our exhibitors the time that they deserve. And I'll talk through them real briefly here so you know what's going through my mind as we come back out here to make our final selections. We started in the first division of heifer calves, and man, I like those two quite a bit, not because they're similar, because they're both really good. And the one we landed on, I think of anything that you see today just in terms of silhouette and striking pieces and refinement and femininity, she is so good. And I think her upside is tremendous because of that. Now in this setting, I think both of them, as we compare into our bigger, more mature heifers, I don't know if they overwhelm you just in terms of substance and power, especially there on our champion. But like I said, I think her future is really bright, and I really, really like her. If I had her in my barn, I'd be excited to see what she's going to continue to do. The Division II champion for me, she won that very comfortably, and I like that heifer a lot. And I think whenever you study her, she's one of my favorites that we've seen throughout the entire show, just in terms of her balance as well. Look up front, her rib and her body type and her lower body balance is so good, and her angles all read really good. Now, sometimes she fights the halter a little bit, and it's hard to get a really good read of her in motion, but at the standstill, everything reads so good. She's beautiful in terms of her balance and silhouette. I think an extremely high quality heifer that comes out of that division there, and a very nice heifer that was reserved, that's good in her build and her flexibility, body type. I don't know if she's just quite as unique in terms of her look up front or her top line balance, but a really, really nice heifer that comes with her. We just got done talking our senior division there, and the pair that we landed on, they're very, very nice. And the cow, I think for where we've talked about her stoutness and substance, and yet still how good she is in terms of her lower joint work and her flexibility, that's where she's so impressive to me. And I think for the stage that she's at, still to be as good and attractive in terms of her balance and her silhouette, something that's very, very challenging to do. And so I think that she comes out a very strong contender out here in my mind from that division. And the reserve, very nice as well. We talked about her changing her a little bit from her shoulder forward and maybe moderating her a little bit, but good bodied and stout and still sound. So a really, really nice lineup out here for me. I think there's one that you continue to study just does so much. That's so impressive. And then for me, I think there's one that falls up in reserve very, very nicely. And whenever you just talk about quality and balance, it's one that you could look at all day. Young lady out of our last division is going to be our champion. Young lady in the second division is going to be reserve.
Well, as we get our senior heifers back out here in our Red Brangus division, what a lineup. These three class winners in our second, so good. And you know, honestly, like you don't know what to expect of keeping them this fresh and this right the longer they go and the heavier bred they get. But very good heifer here that wins the first class, one that is so unique from her hip and her hind leg standpoint, the way she comes in the ring and grabs ground and can get out and go. Very impressive in terms of her rib cage and her balance here from the side. So neat about her head and neat about her top side of her neck and how fresh she is there. You know, is she the most open in terms of her forerib we've seen all day? Probably not. We could stouten her up and square her up there, especially the heifer right behind her has that advantage, but that's a very, very good heifer that's hard to get after in a lot of different areas. One that wins the second class is good as well. Young man, you brought that one in a single entry, highly presented one, highly shown one out here. You certainly appreciate just the rig that she's in. You know, that as you talk, that one has the advantage out of the backside of her shoulder of being a little fuller and stouter right there in terms of her forerib. For me, she's maybe not as collected right out of her hip and off her hind leg as the one that wins the first class. Maybe not as unique at the top side of her neck or in her head shape, but that's still a big-bodied, broody one there that I think does a lot of things extremely well. Young lady brought us a nice single entry as well out of the final class. Really like that one at the stand. She's opened up, she's stout, she's got width and dimension. We could settle her in her top line and fix her out of her hip as compared to the two right ahead of her, but a very, very good class. Let's put our hands together here in this division. One up front wins. Young man, you'll be reserved. Congratulations.
Results from your Beefmaster Drive, your grand champion Beefmaster Heifer, Addison Poe, Erath County 4-H, and your reserve grand champion Beefmaster Heifer, Riley Upham, Brazoria County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring on the Red Brangus side is your Red Brangus overall drive. And then on your east side of the show arena, we are starting our Brahmin breed. So our Brahmin breed class 1 Brahmins is in the ring on the east side. We're finishing up the Red Brangus by doing the overall drive on the west side.
Well, if we could, let's put our hands together here in our Red Brangus division. Awesome job, guys. Awesome job, kids. Awesome cattle. Been a lot of fun to get to sort through these things. You know, there's been some different shapes and sizes and kinds that's come through the ring in this division today, but yeah, it's still very, very happy when we get them all back out here and just see where we landed. The heifer that win the first division, talk to her. She's unique. This one is the most unique out here in terms of just her balance and her top line, how neat she is up through her front end, yet still big-bodied and opened up. Talk to her back there in class and again in division. We could make her a shot bigger bone. We could make her just a little more flexible the way she goes out of her hip and hind leg. Here at the stand, though, that's a no-doubter how good that one is. Just need to get out and go just a little easier. The May heifer here that wins that middle division is one that's so unique in terms of her kind. She's opened up. She's stout. She's very, very dimensional when you get on top of her, yet she still gives you a very nice look and broody and feminine about her head and her neck and her shoulder. I think that heifer's impressive out of the backside of her blade, how full she is there in her forerib, how round-bodied and good she is down her top and out of her hip. Love the little pretty udder she's making underneath her here. She gets farther in gestation. She's very neat off her hip and hind leg as well, the way she can get out and go. Is she as heavy boned? Is she as big ankled and footed as the one that wins the final division? Probably not, but I think everything's acceptable there. That's a very, very nice heifer. Boy, the dark red heifer that wins the final division, so nice. Mid-rib back, I absolutely think that one is elite. Love her hip, love her hind leg, love the depth and shape she has to her rear rib and flank. She's very attractive when she hits the ring, that dark red color and how highly presented she is. She's so exceptional in terms of her structure off both ends of her skeleton. Now you got to ask yourself out here, is there enough of that one? Is there enough forerib shape? Is there enough back and just width all the way through as compared to either the two right ahead of her? You know, I'm not sure. For me, I'd like to make her a little farther along in gestation as compared to the May right ahead of her, but that's a very good female that is elite in terms of her structure, so elite off her hip and hind leg. So there's some things to weigh out here depending on where you want to go, where you want to land. For me, I think there's one that I gravitate towards of just being the most complete, and another one I love in terms of her structure. Let's congratulate the young lady out of the middle here. She's going to have our champion.
Your results on your Red Brangus side. Your grand champion, Red Brangus heifer, comes from Maven Mikolajczyk, Pasadena County 4-H. And your reserve grand champion, Red Brangus heifer, is Gavin Schindler, Dodge City FFA. Congratulations to you exhibitors.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Just a reminder, there will be no lunch break as we go through the show today. There will be no lunch break as we go through the show today. Exhibitors, as you make your way up to the ring with your animals, please ensure that you have the correct back tag for the entry that you're about to show and your registration papers on the exhibitor as they enter the ring. Please make sure you have the correct back tag for the entry that you're about to show and your registration papers on the exhibitor as they enter the ring. Also, over here on our east side, Macy Scotton is judging the first class of Brahmins. There's 18 head in this class. Birth dates range from June 9th to April 5th, 2025. Trailer releases will not be stamped until your breed is complete. Trailer releases will not be stamped until your breed is completed showing. Also, just a reminder, as you guys are getting out of here, please just be courteous of the other exhibitors that have to still stay here and show a little later in the day, all right? So try to do our best to keep the aisles clean and make it a safe and fun environment as we get cattle up to the show ring. Thank you all for your help. On our west side, we're starting our Simbra show. In Class 1, we've got 10 entries with birth dates from September 4th, 2025 to April 7th, 2025.
A good way to get us started off over here in the Brahmins, and I think some differences here on the top end that you can kind of sort through and talk the differences here. I think the young ladies that we land on, though, for me, whenever you start at the ground and build them from the ground up in terms of their foot shape, their lower joint work, and their flexibility, that's where I like this heifer the best. I think relative to the one that comes behind her, where I really like her better is the angle of her knee. She's set back better in her knee up front, and I think whenever we get her in motion, she's one of the ones that's the most comfortable in the way she uses her lower joint work, and I still think with that, she's got some substance, she's got some stoutness. Now, she wants to get a little round there out of her hip, and I think that's where you can talk some advantages in the heifer that comes behind her, just in terms of her top line balance, but I thought from the ground up, foot shape, lower joint work, flexibility, that's where I liked her the best. Now, probably my hardest initial impression was the heifer that's second in here, and I do think she's awesome because she's got some stoutness, she's got some power. I like her look up front. Where she's on the edge for me, and probably where I make the call, I don't think she's quite good enough in her front end structure. In her knees, she wants to get 2 forward and 2 out there, and then in motion, she doesn't set down just quite attractive enough in her rear ankles. If I'm going to pick on her, that's where I'm going to do it. If we can tweak those couple of things, man, I like a lot of things about her. The heifer in 3 kind of kept growing on me and working up, and I probably think she's one of the greenest cattle cattle that we've got out here at the top of the class. But I think whenever you study her in terms of her flexibility and her lower joint work, she's good. She ties her neck really high to the top side of her shoulder. Her top line balance is good, and you do a good job of getting her shown. Really, probably why she lands in 3 today is she gives up quite a bit of substance relative to the ones that go out in front of her. But I do think a lot of potential and upside in her as she continues to stouten up and get a little more bulk and a little more substance. The red heifer that comes in 3 at the standstill, I really like her as well. One I think that's still attractive up front. I think you do a good job of getting her put together. She doesn't get out and just travel quite as free and doesn't reach just quite as far out of her hip and her hind leg probably as I'd like to see her. We could lengthen her out there just a little bit, make her just a shot more attractive in motion. The heifer that comes in 5, I think is a really functional, complete type of heifer. I like her depth of body. I think in terms of her structure and her flexibility, she's good. I probably thought of the ones that go out in front of her, she gives up the most just in terms of initial look and quality and presence. Up front, she too gets a little rounder out of her hip, clean her up at the base of her chest just a little bit. Big pieces and a lot of power that comes in this one next. I like that about her. I think she too, we could change just a little bit structurally. She's a little bit like the one in second, probably just a little more extreme in her front end angle. She wants to come over in her knee, get a little too round out of her hip, but I do like her substance and her power. That's where she stuck up the line just a little bit. We got some cattle that come next, one that's green, but I think has some upside, just a little shallower, a little greener made, one that's not wanting to show out here that I like a lot of things about, moderation and having some body. Thought she got just a little bit rounder made off either end. And as we work down the line, some cattle that I thought maybe we could change them just a little bit, soften them in their forerib, make them balance just a little bit better. There's a lot of good cattle in here. Just change a little bit in terms of their build. And big thing, they just need a little more time to feed for the young exhibitors to work with them and help them to bulk up just a little bit more. Good class, a good way to get us started off here in our Brahmins. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Awesome way to start off our Simbra's division here. Fantastic as far as quality goes. And we've got a big age spread here from September's all the way through April's. But I think you just set that aside and come out here and study quality. And I think, there's a couple of them that I gravitate towards as far as just leanness, freshness, looking immature, but yet still having the right kind of rib cage, the right kind of running gear. And I think within that pair, the young lady's black heifer, the longer she's out here, the longer she grows on me. Here's one that hits the ring and you appreciate just her balance, her silhouette. She's so nice in her top line. She's got the class advantage out of her hip from hooks to pins where her tailhead sets into her body. She's very, very good in terms of her rib cage, her forerib, the shape to her center body, the depth back through her rear rib and flank. Is she the heaviest boned? Is she the softest ankled one we've got in this particular class? Nope, I'm not going to tell you that, but I do think that one is sound still in terms of her structure. Gives you a great look here from the side, plenty to her, and she has the advantage of being a little broader and stouter compared to the red and white one in 2. Red and white one's crazy good looking. She hits the ring and really grabs your attention. This thing is high tying, gives you an awesome look up through her front end, balances up so well in terms of her top line. She's uniform in her depth and her underline. Heifer that has some bone and some substance underneath her. I think she's nice as well in terms of her structure. For me, what sorts them, she's not as square and true right out of her hip as our class winner, not as broad when you get right on top of her. Hey, I think that one, if that one continues to feed and do the right things, she's going to be very high in quality as a big yearling. Good heifer here to be in second. We switch gears here with 3 and 4 in this particular class, and these are 2 that are stout. They're opened up. There's a lot of dimension and power to them. They're as heavy boned as any we've got in this particular class. Honestly, both of them need to be freed up in terms of their structure ever so slightly. I think the black heifer has the advantage of being a little truer in her top line, a little leveler from hooks to pins. If we could just let her get out and grab a little more ground, I think she can rival them top 2. Certainly appreciate all the substance and power she has. Red Baldy heifer's neat, one that's stout, really, really powerful in terms of her muscle, really shapely in terms of her rib cage, and Young lady, you do have a good red baldy heifer here. Talk to her. She's stout. She's bold. She's opened up. You know, for me, she gets a little U-neck, not as high tying up front. Need to level her out of her hip ever so slightly. I think the biggest thing in this one is the same with the one ahead of her. We could just loosen her up off both ends and let her get out and go. Some of it she needs to relax and be a show cow. Some of it is we get a little tight here in terms of her structure, but a very, very good animal. Got a nice pair of them coming next here, ones that are broad and stout and got a lot of dimension to them. Heifer here we could change in terms of her front end structure, lay her back and her shoulder and her knee. I think that would help her off her hind leg as well, the way she gets out and goes. Really like the performance and power of the one coming next. A female I think is nice in terms of her hip and hind leg structure. It's a little rougher in her makeup, not as smooth here from the side. Kind of go to the other end of the spectrum. This one's nice, heavy bone, stout structured one that's really nice in her top line. Needs more rib and body and volume. And have a really nice remainder in here in this particular class. Their cattle with shape and dimension to them. Need to be a little smoother, need to be a little nicer in terms of their structure. Nice class. Congratulations. Awesome way to start off our Simbras.
Out here, every acre has a story. It's where families work hard, plan, and take pride in what they do. Whether you're buying your first place, expanding your operation, or just getting through another season, we're here to help you grow, one good decision at a time. The leader in ag lending throughout Texas and New Mexico, Ag Trust Farm Credit.
Needville FFA, 8 Colt Richter, Gonzales County 4-H, 9th Cash Morrison, Austin County 4-H, and 10th William Birch, Waller County 4-H. Now entering the ring on our Simbra side is Class 2. 5 entries in Class 2 that are born in March of 25. Over on our Brahman side, results from Class 1. First place, McKinley Marr, Brazoria County 4-H. Second place, Teal Cranky, East Chambers FFA. Third, Bristol Tucker, Lavaca County 4-H. Fourth, Trenton Garrett, Nueces County 4-H. Fifth, Macy Thigpen, Victoria County 4-H. Sixth, Grady Pozaz, Nixon Smiley, FFA. And eighth, Baxter Whitworth, Russ County 4-H. In the ring on our Brahman side is Class 2. 6 entries in Class 2 that were born in March of 25.
Well, a good class cattle that just do not want to cooperate over here. I'm glad you're okay, Tyler, and you didn't get taken out there. But, hey, this is a good class, and there's good cattle, and I do think the one that we land on probably needs to win in here. And obviously, she acts good, so it's easy to get a good read on her. But I do think that besides that she is the best in here. And I think especially whenever you talk about build from the ground up, she is so good in terms of her lower joint work. She's really flexible. What I really like, as you work up, she continues to get better because her balance and her smoothness and the way she pieces everything together is so good. She's the boldest bodied, she's the best balanced, and she's the most attractive. So for me, she becomes a pretty comfortable class winner in here. The heifer that's going to wind up second, I thought in terms of just having some extension up front, some look and refinement, I like that about her. Relative to our class winner, she gets just a little too shallow in terms of her full rib and her body. She wants to roll out out of her hip, and those things throw her off just a little bit there in terms of her balance. A heifer that comes in 3, another one kind of similar to the one that goes out in front of her. She's got some extension. I think she hooks up pretty good behind her shoulder, but she rolls a little bit too much out of her hip, and then she gives up quite a bit of substance there just in terms of oldness, depth back into her flank, and stoutness, a hind leg. We could change all that. And then we got a pair of heifers that we round out with, a little smaller, a little greener in here. Obviously, hopefully they just continue to get used to coming out here and cooperating with the young people because they're doing a really good job. Gave up just a little bit of extra stoutness, substance, and balance out here relative to the ones that go out in front of them. Good class there. Congratulations to each of them.
Very good place to start here in this Simbra class. Young man brings us a red baldy here. I think that's pretty unique in this particular drive. Here's the stoutest one, yet I still think she's the most mobile when you set her in motion. Gives you a really, really nice look here when he gets her propped up from the side. Gives you a great look up front. Very, very powerful when you get on top of her. Good place to start. I think the red heifer here that's in 2 follows her from a type and kind standpoint. Very nice in her top line. She's nice out of her hip. She's not as heavy boned. She's not as big bodied as our class winner, but I think from a structure and balance and look standpoint, she follows our class winner very, very well. Got 2 black baldy heifers here in 3 and 4. I think both of them are high quality. I like the moderation of the 1 and 3 here. A female that's very good and down her top and out of her hip. Gets a little plainer about her head and up front as compared to the 2 ahead of her. I think we could stouten her up off her hind leg, let her be just a little more agile there. Then with a big high-performing female here that's going to close. Love her bone, love her foot. Love the stoutness she get on top of her. Kind of wants to come in pieces out here as compared to the ones right ahead of her. We could fix her there in her 4 rib and just smooth her up throughout. But a very, very good class. Congratulations again, those exhibitors.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, pinning and equipment, hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Born in February of 25. On the east side with the Brahman results, Class 2, first place, Colt Crinky, East Chambers FFA. Second place, Mackenzie Garcia, Chambers County 4-H. Third, Lane Dameron, Washington County 4-H. Fourth, Augustus Brooks, Wilson County 4-H. And fifth, Lacey Bailey, Freestone County 4-H. Now in the ring on the Brahman side is Class 3. 8 entries in Class 3, born in February of 25.
critical of her is in terms of her balance. She ties her neck a little lower, got a little more chest, wants to roll out of her hip a little bit, and then in motion she comes up just a little shorter striding there comparative to our class winner. But I probably did think a little shorter striding there comparative to our class winner. But I probably did think that the way she hit me with some substance and some power, especially there through the center portion of her body, just some turn, I think that's where she lands kind of up at the top end of the class here. The red heifer that comes in 3, she probably is just a little more extended and ties her neck just a little bit higher. I thought from there, though, of the top 3, she probably becomes the most pinched in terms of her forerib. She, too, wants to come up and round from hooks to pins. In motion, we could loosen her up just a little bit as well. But some good pieces, and I think just her quality from her shoulder forward hit me, I think, initially kind of hard. The heifer that comes next, she, too, has some extension up front. She just gets a little piecier from the side. She runs downhill. She's not as good in her top line balance, and then she, too, we could probably open up and bold up just a little bit from the side. The heifer that comes next has got some extension. I like that about her. For where she's at, probably becomes the hardest and the shallowest bodied of the cattle that we have at the top end of the class. A good moderate heifer that's got some substance. I thought she got just a little tentative in motion again, and then we round out with a couple of heifers that are a little bit greener. I think they've got some upside because they've got some quality, just give up quite a bit of substance, rib, and body here today. Good class there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Very good class here on this side, and some give and take. No question, throughout the whole class, there's some give and take. And I wanted to spin them around one more time just to re-solidify exactly what I was thinking. And so I think in this top pair, they're both extremely good, and you could probably go either way, and I certainly wouldn't argue with you. For me, the longer they're out here, the red one, there's just enough more of her. You get right in on top of that one, she's stouter, she's broader, she's wider down her back and out of her hip. There's more cage and shape to that one. I like her in terms of her forerib and just the bone and footwork she has underneath of her. You know, is she is just dead level and attractive as the black one that's right behind her? Probably not, but I think that one's still sound. I think she's powerful and massive, does a lot of things well here for a brood cow. Young lady's black white flanked one here that's in 2 is so neat in terms of her silhouette, and she is awesome in terms of her structure off her hip and her hind leg, one that can get out and go and cover some ground. Now, is she as stout and opened up as the 2 on either side of her? Probably not. She is a little greener in terms of her condition. I think long term, that one's got such a great look about her, great set of feet and legs. I think she can do some things extremely well as a big bred. Young man's done an awesome job here with his black baldy female, and this one's a different speed out here as compared to our 2 that are in first and second. Here's one that's really heavy bone, really big footed, and really, really stout when you get right on top of her. Out here, she gets a little rounder in her shoulder, a little coarser up front, not as smooth in her transitions. I could level her out of her hip ever so slightly. I think when you set her in motion too, she'll come up just a little shy in terms of her step, but a good heifer here with lots of performance, lots of power, and lots of mass. Got another nice one here coming, a moderate size one, huge in terms of her body, one that's very good down her top and out of her hip. She's a little plainer in terms of her design, maybe not just the sharpness of look up front, probably not just as attractive the way she goes off her hind leg. We could lengthen her step out ever so slightly, but a good heifer there in her own rights. Coming into some ones next, this baldy heifer coming next is the greenest in this particular class. Love her length and extension up front. For me, need to settle her in her top line and square her up the way she goes off her hind leg. Black and white heifer here coming next. Real basic in her kind. She's got some rib and got some body to her. Need to make her a little sounder off both ends of her skeleton. 2 really stout ones here to close the class. One with extra muscle and power. Need to make them a little more attractive and just a shot sounder. Awesome class. Very, very good here up on our top end. Congratulations.
Results from Class 3 on our Simbra side. First place, Jacob Merritt, Russ County, 4-H. Second place, Bryn Pilot, Columbus FFA. Third, Cayman Cody, Toller FFA. Fourth, Taylor Gross, Burton FFA. Fifth, Kaylee Dimmitt, Karnes County, 4-H. Sixth, Brooklyn Beard, Axtell FFA. Seventh, Ben Birch, Waller County, 4-H. And eighth, Rowan Jinch, Longview FFA. Entering the ring on our Simbra side is Class 4. 4 entries in Class 4, all calved in January of 25. Results on the Brahmin side from Class 3. First place, McKenna McAvoy, McLennan County 4-H. Second place, Baxter Whitworth, Rusk County 4-H. Third, Ella Bishkoff, Willis FFA. Fourth, Ava Martin Mason, Deer Park FFA. Fifth, Cody Calhoun, San Jacinto County 4-H. Sixth, Lena Rumke, Washington County 4-H. Seventh, Carl Welch, Godley FFA. And eighth, Cora Rumke, Washington County 4-H. In the ring now on our Brahmin side is Class 4. 6 entries in Class 4, all calved January of 25.
Well, another good class, and I think good cattle all the way on down the line. There's a lot of heifers in here that I really, really like. I do think that the longer I studied them, though, the red heifer kind of kept working up because I thought when the cattle were pulled into the fence over there and you get in behind her, she's got a good natural dimension and some power and substance. And then whenever you step off and watch the cattle lap around, I still think that she's one of the most comfortable and the most correct in terms of the way she gets out and uses her lower joint work. So even though she's maybe not just the neatest fronted, I think that she's very, very nice. And for me, put together some things that I like about the cattle that come behind her. The heifer that wound up in second, I thought when the cattle were pulled in, she was one of the other ones, just in terms of natural stoutness and dimension and boldness through her forerib and body shape. Really, really good there. Where I get a little more critical of hers in motion, she wants to come up just a little shorter in her rear step, a little frailer in her hind leg. I think if we could change her hip and her hind leg where she's just a little more attractive and she reaches just a little bit further, that top pair becomes awfully close. And I think because we pick on her hind leg, 2 and 3 become a little bit closer to me because the heifer in third, I think, is sound structured. I really like her lower joint work and her flexibility. My question mark on her, whenever you get in behind her, she's a little just want to give her a little more substance, a little more power. The heifer that comes next, I think one that's moderate. She's got some depth of body. I think she gets just a little plainer in terms of her balance, her neck. She's a little shorter, a little plainer there. We could lay her back just a little bit in her front end, and then from behind, she too, we could probably open up just a shot more. This heifer that comes next, really stout. She has got a ton of muscle, and I really like that about her. I think just with that, she got just a little coarser to me in terms of her shoulder. She doesn't balance quite as well in the way she comes to her flank, and then I know that her having a short tail is not your fault, but it does throw off her balance just a little bit. Love the muscle and the power. Just wanted to make her a little smoother in her shoulder, balance just a little bit better from the side. Round out the class with a heifer that I think is functional in terms of her build, just green and a little frail out here compared to the other cattle that go out in front of her. Good set of heifers there. Congratulations.
Good class. I think there's some challenge within this class of Simbra females, and maybe we could combine a few of them. I think maybe we'd have the one that's the most ideal. I think with that being said, though, young lady, you've got the one for me that's the longest term in terms of her structure. She's the one that can get out and go and cover some ground and still give you a very good look here from the side. Like the way her neck ties at the top side of her shoulder. She's so balanced in terms of her top line and out of her hip. She has the class advantage. You set them in motion the way she goes out of her hip and hind leg. Very good place to start. I like the baldy white flanked one here in 2 as well, and I think at the stand that one gives you such a nice look here in terms of just her balance and her presence. If we set her in motion, like to pick her up in her pins and square her up out of her hip ever so slightly, but that's a nice female there in her own right. Female, if we could just square her up out of her hip compared to our class winner. The 1 and 3 is different kind. She's moderate in her size. She's bold sprung. She's big bodied kind of a female. Gets a little plainer up there about her head and her neck, a little rounder out of her hip. if we could just change that one over there in those areas, certainly appreciate the width, dimension, and body shape she has. I think with that too, we could lengthen her up in her step ever so slightly. Good one to close as well. Young lady's done a nice job with this one. Very stout and muscular when you get right on top of her. It's a little plainer in her design here from the side. Probably could loosen her up in terms of her structure as well. Good class. Congratulations, kids, on a very, very good representation in our Simbras.
Out here, every acre has a story. It's where families work hard, plan, and take pride in what they do. Whether you're buying your first place, expanding your operation, or just getting through another season, we're here to help you grow, one good decision at a time. The leader in ag lending throughout Texas and New Mexico, Ag Trust Farm Credit.
Our heifer calf champion drive.
A good lineup as we bring our class winners and our seconds back from our first division here in the Brahman show. And there was some give and take as we worked through, but I think we got a good set of 8 really, really nice heifers out here. We started in the first class, one that we landed on. I thought for me, where she rose to the top is whenever you built those cattle from the ground up, I liked her lower joint work in her skeleton. Now we picked on her a little bit, how she'll want to roll just a shot out of her hip, and I think when we bring her back out here, we can pick on her just a little bit more because of that. But I thought that was a good pair that came out of the first class, a very high quality heifer that was second in there that comes out into contention. We get into the second class, and there was one that for me probably won that class as easy as anything. As we've sorted through any of these classes here, she hit me really, really hard. And I think it doesn't matter if you look at her stopped and collected at the profile, if they're in motion. There's a lot to really appreciate about her, and I think just the way she blends everything together is so effortless, and she still hits me awesome in terms of her balance, and then she maintains that same look of balance whenever we watch her get out and get into motion. And so for me, that one hit me really, really hard, and I think absolutely a contender in my mind as we work back into the division. There were some different types and kinds there in that third class, and we landed on a heifer that, again, whenever you watched them lap and watched them get out in motion, I thought she was the most comfortable. And then I think because of that, that really helped her to balance probably the best there of those cattle at the top end of that class. Now, I don't know if she still holds that same advantage when we bring her back out here, and we talked about how we could open her up, we could stouten her up just a little bit down low in terms of her foot and her bone, and so I think we can pick on her just a little bit more because of that in this setting, but still really nice. And we just got done talking that final class, a heifer that's good in terms of her flexibility, and I think as flexible as she is, she's still got some stoutness and power, and so that's impressive to me. We talked about how she's maybe not the neatest up front, but I still think from her shoulders back, I like a lot of the things that she does. So there's a really nice lineup out here in our first division. I'll put this down and show you the ones that I like, but if you would, please congratulate our exhibitors.
Well, if we could, let's put our hands together here for our first division of Simbra females. Awesome job, kids. Awesome set of cattle. It's been a lot of fun to get through these first 4 classes. And, there's been some give and take, and certainly maybe not as clear-cut in some as we've had, in a few other breeds. But, hey, this is very, very good out here. And depending on where you want to go, wouldn't argue with you in several different areas. We started off with a really good class to start off this breed and division. And, hey, that was a big class that was very, very deep. And, the longer this black heifer was out here, the more I just gravitated towards her from just a quality and look and balance standpoint. One that is so attractive about her shoulder and her head and neck placement, so correct in terms of her top line and the levelness out of her hip. A female that I think uses her hind leg extremely well. Now you ask yourself out here in this lineup, is there enough of her? That's probably a question as you look at the 2 or 3 right behind her, just how heavy boned and stout, muscled and powerful them are. I think this one looks like a female. I think she's attractive. The best thing about her, in my opinion, is I think she's got crazy good days ahead of her from her look and quality of structure. The red baldy heifer here that wins the second class, that one is Power Cow written all over. Huge bone, huge footed, broad and opened up in terms of her build. Really round in terms of her rib cage and stout there in terms of her hip. A heifer, though, I still appreciate when he gets her stopped and pulled together. She's high tie and gives you a great look up front about her head and her neck. For me, I'd like to tuck her into her shoulder and fix her in her forerib ever so slightly, especially as compared to the one right ahead of her. If we could square her up there, I think that heifer becomes awfully hard to turn out here in this lineup. At times, she'll want to run out of balance ever so slightly as compared to a few of them just right there in her top line, but that's a very, very high quality one here that just screams power, screams good in terms of her structure. It was a good class. The third class was with the red heifer and the black heifer in it. Chose to go with the red one of being just a notch stouter in terms of her build and her power. I think she's one that you still get back out here and appreciate for all the width and shape that she does have. Maybe not as attractive up front as a couple right ahead of her, even the one right behind her, but that's a good basic one there that I think's big-bodied. She's functional in terms of her hip and hind leg. I think it's going to do some very, very good things for him in the future. Closed out the lineup here with a neat black heifer that's so high, that ties so high out of the top side of her shoulder into her head and her neck. She's very correct in terms of her top line and just how she gets out of her hip and hind leg. Obviously out here, she's the one that needs more rib and body and volume as compared to the cattle right up front. I think if that comes, that one's going to be awfully special here in the future. Just needs to soften up and through the middle of a part of her body. Hey, I wouldn't argue with you either way, any way you wanted to go in this particular lineup. I think there's one out here for me I just can't bet against in the long haul. Let's congratulate the young lady up front with our black heifer. She's going to be champion.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
To you guys. Now in the ring on the Brahmins is Class 7. With Class 7, we have 7 entries in Class 7, born December 20th to November 4th, 2024. On the Simbra ring, playing some catch-up out of Class 4, the results from Class 4, first place, Sydney Petrash, Sealy FFA. Second, Stockton Lightfoot, Needville FFA. Third, Brindley Buzzard, Grimes County 4-H. And fourth, Mia Jones, Brazos Wood FFA. Then we've gone ahead and completed our heifer calf drive in the Simbra site as well. Our heifer calf champion out of Class 1, Emily Birch, Waller County 4-H. Our reserve heifer calf champion out of Class 2, Cannon Hill, East Bernard FFA. Congratulations to you guys. Now in the ring is Class 7 on our Simbras. 5 entries in Class 7 with birth dates ranging from December 6th to November 3rd, 2024.
We've certainly got a commanding place to start here in this class. Young man's heifer that wins, pretty logical when she hits the ring, comes in, and one that's so impressive in her presentation, yet she's broad built, stout in terms of her bone work, yet can get out and go and cover some ground. Very, very high quality place to start. Congratulations. It gets a little closer from there, and I think you could switch some things up, and I certainly wouldn't argue with you. I think the young lady's heifer, from a silhouette and balance standpoint, most closely follows our class winner. She's nice neck. She's really neat down her top and out of her hip. She needs more rib and body and volume compared to the cattle on either side of her. I think if that continues to come, that one will be very, very good here in the near future. Good baldy heifer here coming next. One I like in terms of her kind. Love her shape to her center body. Love her rib and love her dimension. She's a female that
rib and a little more body, but I thought that she was just a little bit better in her length of body than the one that comes right behind her. I like her extension up front. Like I said, she needs to be just a little bit better in her forward, bolder and softer, a little too plain in terms of her look up front. The heifer that comes next, I think, has got some stoutness of bone. She's got
Faye. Morales, Sheldon FFA. Morales, Sheldon FFA. Fourth, Michael Raton, Chirino FFA. Fifth, Mabel Lovicott, Falls County 4-H. Sixth, Easton Horka, Victoria FFA. And 7, Lillian Rogers, Palo Pinto County 4-H. Now entering the ring on your Brahmin side is Class 8. 17 entries in Class 8 with birth dates ranging from October 28th to September 4th, 2024. Catching up on our Simbra side out of Class 7. First place, Caden Pilot, Columbus FFA. Second, Kaylee Dimmitt, Karnes County 4-H. Third place went to Hayden Sales, Brazos Wood FFA. Fourth, Riley Dimmitt, Karnes County 4-H. And fifth, Aiden Benacourt, Hidalgo County 4-H. In the ring now is Class 8.
Here's one at the stand. You certainly appreciate just how true she is in terms of her shoulder, all the way down her top line and out of her hip. Very uniform and good in terms of her body depth and the shape there. You know, is she as long stepping, as flexible as some we've seen? Probably not, but I think everything stays balanced, stays hooked up on that one. Very nice place to start. The red baldy here that's in second, I like this one's length and extension from her shoulder forward. Gives you a really neat look up through her front end. She's balanced and square from there back. There's not as much of her when you get right on top of her. She's not as dead level from hooks to pins, not as heavy in her bone work as well, but very, very good heifer. I think has got good days ahead of her. Get into a good pair of black heifers here that I think are both very nice. They're ones that are heavy bone. They're stout structured. They're cattle, I think, that just